I can play whatever I want because YouTube doesn't get to hear my music, and Twitch won't do anything except ban artists. They rolled back their ruling on artistic nudity. So I guess I could be punished after the fact now for all the dicks I've drawn in MS Paint. There we go. Yeah, tomorrow versus gamer. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I think if I'm streaming, we're doing like motors and stuff. I think I'm not streaming because I need to clean up in here. I think I'm going to be cleaning up the shop and figuring out how to use my synthesizer. But like, yeah, I'm still reeling after getting that cabinet in here. So I think I'm going to opt out, and we'll go from there. Oh, I need to open up the YouTube stream. Hold on. Where is that? I guess I could just go through youtube.com. Oh, bother, VOD. You're flying out Monday. Hell yeah, brother. You're going to be an American before we know it. Let's pop out YouTube chat, and that gives me my full awareness of everything going on. I can use whatever music I want because Twitch doesn't record it, YouTube doesn't hear it. So YouTubers, if it's oddly quiet or if I'm singing along to nothing, it's because I have been banned for drawing a penis. No, it's because I don't have any of my desktop audio going to YouTube. So, and the VODs are going to be muted too. So yeah. God, I look tired. I need to sleep. I need to like sleep. I need to actually get sleep. I don't know if I slept last night. I have a big headache today. These circles, they go away. They go away if I get 2 nights of good sleep. That's all it takes. So I think I gotta really hunker down and be like, no, you're not allowed to get bored in the evening and then stay up till 3 a.m. I've been watching Strange New Worlds and getting a little bit hooked into it, but not really that much. All right, let's see here. See details. Open the Notepad++ file. This has been a daunting task. I've said it before. I really love Lower Decks because it's like a love letter to the old Trek, that we like. Strange New Worlds is like, it's okay. It kind of stays. It's like regular Trek. I don't know what to think of it yet, really, but I have not been disappointed with it. Everything else, I believe, is disappointing by what I hear from other people. Chief frequency generator. 808 Dreamer doesn't mute, so this one gets deleted. I have to delete this. Continue, mute. So there will be a blank spot in the intro and or BRB screen, and then I have to hit reload, or this page completely kills itself. And now I go to the next. This one I can't do because this one is the Hans Zimmer track. And when it goes to mute Paul's Dream, it says it's from 220 to 221. And then I go to, oh, wow, that's a different one. Yeah, trim out, replace, mute song. Looks like they changed the interface here. But then start time 5 minutes, end time 3 hours and 53 minutes. Nope. Can't do anything about that one. So we go to the next one. I need to upload more. I'm only booked until January like 9th. So this one's for henne. Oh, I can't highlight it because I opened up that other one and it's trying to load the video. So for henne, this one would be Arduinos and relays. Yeah, I gotta be careful that I don't accidentally mute the full stream because I did that with another one I had like Mariah Carey or something. No, I had RuPaul, Guess Who's Back in the House, for like 2 seconds. And I wanted to keep that in there because I don't think it would have gotten me a full strike. But then I accidentally hit the mute button, so. Oh well, mute song, continue. Mute song only, continue, mute. And we've got Forhene. Okay. Reload. Yeah, dicks have been banned. I can't even do my artistic dicks. I guess I probably am gonna get fucking arrested. They're gonna send a SWAT team here. Pigment. Okay, this one is now Pigment. And I hit save on the document in case this computer wants to update itself. And then I select an action, mute song, continue, mute only the song, continue, mute. Every time I upload a video, I generate more of these that I have to go through. And I have to keep a list here because sometimes the mute song only doesn't take. Yeah, what they did is they allowed for artistic nudity, and people were going buck wild. They were using AI and making realistic, like they were making art that looked real, of real people without consent, and there was just boobs and cocks and stuff all over the fucking place. It was nuts. Pay Money Wubby did a little bit of streaming on it, and it was just straight up like opened a channel and it's just like a naked lady. Like, here, we're gonna rewind this playlist a little bit. I don't need Fight Club from the Dust Brothers. There we go. Yeah, and so it was crazy. It was just going nuts, right? Like people were just like doing nude art and like nude art of children. It was bad. So they rolled back all their changes. And they were like, how could we have ever predicted this? They didn't even, it seems like they didn't even roll out the changes and tell moderators about it. So people who are hiring moderators, people who are hiring moderators, people who were hiring moderators were, the moderators were just cracking down on everything they saw, and people were getting bans, even though they say, you know, a moderator will have to review like a bannable report. It seems like there's an automatic system where you get a certain number of reports and it auto bans. So, all right, let me get these windows way out of the way. These, because I got to do more uploading. I have to do more uploading from down here. Tags were going to filter to be 18 plus. Yeah, but they didn't do any site changes for it. So people were logging in on what is it, on incognito, like VPN and incognito, and in a couple clicks they were able to get to the nudity without like an age verification or an account verification system. They were all still as discoverable. So it's like Twitch changed their content, but they needed to take all of the nudie stuff out of discoverability, but they didn't do that. I love it though. I love the chaos. It's super fun. Yeah, it's like, you know, I thought the changes were perfectly reasonable because, like, you want to draw art and do nudie art, go ahead. I don't have any trouble with that. It's just everybody kind of pushed the content policy pretty far in the wrong direction. So, and that should be pretty predictable. Yeah, before it's like the topless meta, and this was a decent response to that because it's like, this is here. We can't change this. I mean, they can just ban it, but like, instead of that, they decided, look, you guys get your own little ecosystem over here. But then everybody exploded and went crazy because it's the internet, and the internet is going to do that. I don't know. It's funny at the very least. But there were a lot of wrongful bans. A lot of wrongful bans. Probably turn that into an on-screen graphic. Yeah, I'm going to do that real quick. Does this has This can do invert, right? Crop, rotate, image, cut, copy, clipboard. Did they take away invert colors? There it is. I guess I'll crop that. Desktop, do no caca. And then I need a, is it all a media source? It'd be like a picture capture. Yeah, there's image. Where'd you go? It's a sad day. Excuse me. Hey, hey. What are you trying to? What? What? Hey. It's not actually tracking. I'm just dragging and dropping it on the desktop. You just have to click yes, I'm okay with this. Well, Twitch reviewed the rules and they said, okay, so that means people will be making like classy art, right? And then everybody in the room has a nervous I don't want to confirm or deny what you're saying, but I don't want to get fired. And they're like, okay, cool, let's publish that. And then Twitch exploded in an absolute, the levee broke and the porn spilled out all over everything. The sticky porn. It's hilarious. I think it's funny as hell. And I'm too Bush League on YouTube for any of YouTube's toss to really affect me heavily. I probably shouldn't have this up here all day. No more art on Twitch. No more high art. It's been banned. Sorry. Oh yeah, I got to get rid of this one. I was gonna do it. I really was. I was not gonna do that. Oh no, anyway. Yeah, I guess that applies. I suppose that applies. We weren't getting anywhere near that kind of content. I still have this RC car motor controller. I don't know if it's STM or not. It's got 4 pins up there. If this thing is SIC22, I don't know which one this is. It's much larger. God, that really was a struggle yesterday to get that nano working. I'm annoyed that our stream was supposed to be working with motors, and instead it was just like a soldering tutorial. SIC or F33.6. I do not know what that is. SIC22. I don't remember. I don't remember what this is. That's the problem. This is a different motor controller, different 3-phase motor controller that I got, and I was probably hoping that it was quiet. I do see 4 programming pins. Well, it's for a 3-phase motor. Yeah, it's not an inverter. Is it? Is that what you call that? Yeah, it's just got the ability to control all the. I mean, that's what this one is too. Although this one has, I wonder if these are dual FETs or something, or if the other ones are under this heatsink. What is that heatsink doing? I think it's just there as a heat tank for this thing to dump BTUs into, because it's got, I mean, there's like a bunch of stuff here, but like these are the FETs. These are what's going to be doing the work. It may be an inverter, but that's not what we call it. That's not what we call it. It's just a motor controller. It's an ESC, electronic speed control. Yeah, I don't know what this one is. I ordered this a long time ago. And then this one are the ones that I got recently. I have 4 of these. I don't know if this one has to be able to do reverse, right? Because if you're doing the forward, you have to be able to do the reverse. So, what's up, Gonad? I can use whatever music I want now, but I can't draw a dick. Hold on, I need to add it to this. Where'd it go? Oh, media source? Yeah, that's right. Hold on. Nope. Add image. Image. Where did that go? There it is. Yeah. So I have been silenced to this day. Twitch will pay for this. I didn't get banned. Pay Money Wubby got banned. A bunch of other art streamers, basically the whole front page of the art section got banned. And that was because of artistic depictions that pushed the limits, and nobody could have seen that coming. Especially, like, the internet is always so very well behaved that nobody could have predicted that this would be the outcome. It is truly a surprise that Twitch had to roll back all of its policies on depictions of artistic nudity. It's a shame. But I'm laughing because it's funny. And I don't know, it's always fun to watch Twitch squirm. That was a fun little 24 hours. Oh, I'm gonna cough. Fun little 24 hours. We're gonna be looking at these motor controllers and seeing which ones are gonna be the quietest for my 3D printer. Can't make technical drawings of pipe flanges anymore. I don't listen. I remain completely untouched for my schematic symbols. Just like you can show actual nudity, advertisers are like, Hey, it generated a little bit of buzz. I thought the policy was perfectly reasonable. It's just, you know, the internet. The internet is not reasonable. Oh, we've already heard this one. This is a short playlist. What else is in here? Let's go to this one. I don't know what this playlist is. I made this a long time ago. This is supposed to be like questionably copyrighted music, but then I didn't end up using any of this. Plus, if it's already in YouTube, it's like definitely gonna be caught. Hum. I gotta do massive amounts of uploading this weekend. I have lapsed for a couple days of not uploading because stream and life and all that buzz. But I need to get that momentum up again because I am scheduled through January 6th for the daily uploads, and I don't want them to run out. I don't want to have a lapse because I've got an entire year's worth of material to get up online. Your most video game music is okay to play, but these are certain devs that are very protective. Well, and then the problem is, does the dev, like if it's a AAA game, they're going to be putting in like good songs, and those are ones that have like producers and other people doing copyright stuff for. Most like smaller game stuff, and even up to some of the original game musics of larger games will get you by, but it's like, what determines that? Where do you draw the line? So, you know, I can sit here and play video game music all day, or I can just mute all of the music channels that go into this stream. And so that's what I've done. I've been forced to. And then with the old streams, you know, those are the old streams. I can't go in and change the music. So what I need to do is rely on YouTube to tell me what is copyright stuff, and then have it like mute just the music and preserve my voice, which is unfortunate because a little bit of the entertainment value of my streams goes down. I stole that entertainment value by rebroadcasting music that I didn't purchase with a right to broadcast. That's the bottom line. You know, oh well, the jig is up, so I got to do all this work to mute it up. YouTube copyrighted a 10-hour video static 11 times. It wanted to mute my entire Satisfactory stream because I used Hans Zimmer Dune music as a bit several times. I did it several times. I did it like every, I don't know, it was like half hour. I was doing the video minutes, and it was just absolutely chaos. Oh, I need to actually do something. Oh, I need to do something over here. Hold on. I need to do something on YouTube, and I need to add chapters. I need to add the text chapters : to the uploads. Where is that? No, that's not it. Oh yeah, it's over here. So go all the way back to the beginning and just add this little bit of text. Got to do that to every single one, because what that does is it tells YouTube that it needs to split my video at those points. And I didn't know that's how that worked. This is when I was marking down. Actually, these are fairly terribly noted. I didn't get as many of the events in those as I could have. Oh, and I need to reload because it gets slower and slower. It tries to load in the whole video, and so the interface gets all bogged down. The Music Corporation has decided that nobody can enjoy this music without first jumping through hoops. Yeah, it's like I wanted to get like a prog rock song that I could use as like my intro, not the like hour-long intro, just as like a cool sounding like like that, just like there, that, just use that. And so I was like, yeah, I'll buy this song if I can rebroadcast it, but you have to go through like record executives, and they're like, how many zeros? They want thousands and thousands of dollars so that you can use a, oh, damn it, you can use a long forgotten song. What are we on, the 4th? God, it's so slow. This could be easier. Group on Fiverr that can do a funky intro song. I need a guitar and a synthesizer. All I need is a guitar and synthesizer. Let's do like OTT. There's a bunch of like weird stuff that I found, and that's just somebody playing the hang drum. It's not even. Syncometer basics. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let's do let's just do some Skylon. There we go. All right. Yeah, art has been officially banned. No more art on Twitch. It's art's banned. No more art. Yeah, you can't draw penises all day. It's an unfortunate reality that we live in. Twitch allowed artistic depictions of nudity, and of course the internet was the internet about it. And so now art is no longer a thing. I'm having fun. I'm laughing at it. Music is banned. Art is banned. No more content. Content is now banned. Content is illegal and will be punished with violence. It's unfortunate, too, because I didn't disagree with the rules. I thought those were good. This is like my best reaction face for a stream ever. And I apologize officially to all of the people out there that have this on their feed. But sorry, not sorry. I understand the harm that I've done, and I relish in it. Oops, that's not the right one. Where's my twisty face? See, it tries to load these videos, and then it bogs down its own interface, and I have to keep clicking reload. That should be an emote. I don't know, man. I don't know. Where is the right video? Which one are we doing? Did I get these? Why did the thumbnail? Oh, because I'm supposed to be on the second page. There we go. Jeez. Or the last page. Okay, so we're there. We're here. Do this. I got to do this with all these videos. So while we're introing, while I'm waiting for people to find out that I'm streaming and trickle in, I'm just going to try to get this done. This will break up. Hey, Kervos. This will break up the video into chapters that I have designated. The early ones I didn't do a lot of searching for, and the later ones have tons of chapters, because I'm going through with the right arrow key on Media Player Classic and identifying each individual location of something happening. A lot happens in streams, so it's a lot of work actually, but it's allowing me to review my old content and figure out think about what kinds of videos I'm going to be producing from these things. Was this the one we just did? Damn it, I got to remember these thumbnails. Oh my God, it's so slow. Okay, the one above, the one where I've got the screw bin out. Don't think artistic nudity thing is going to last very long. No, they've already rolled it back. They've already rolled it back. Yeah, they did that this morning. Yeah, they rolled it fully back and said, because we can't, they made the excuse that because they can't distinguish between AI and real pictures, which is silly because you could distinguish between AI and real pictures because AI looks like airbrushed dog shit every time. It looks like some airbrushed bullshit. So I don't know. They made the excuse. They put it on AI art being the reason why they rolled it back to no nudity at all. Like, we're supposed to all be adults here, or at least 14 and up, and we agree that stream has mature content and that we want to watch it. I think they could have implemented some of the rules a little bit better, and it would have probably gone over well. But Twitch being Twitch, they'll always do weird stuff, and I don't dislike that. I don't dislike that because we can all sit here in hindsight and say, well, I would have done it differently. Well, you're not an executive. All right, me looking confused. Suddenly this is a lot faster. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Save. Back. Reload. Okay, it was I looked away and I forgot which one we just did. We did this one. This is the next one. Remember that thing? Remember when that thing was active? That's what all these streams depict. It's funny, in one of my recent uploads, the one that's actually gonna go up, I think January 6th-ish, I actually say in the video, now that I've got chat on screen, I can put these on YouTube and it won't seem like I'm not talking to anybody. And that was after like 35, 40 videos. Did I get this saved? Yeah, okay, back. What are we doing? We're gonna try to get the motors spinning and see if they're loud. So there's still a little bit of work to do with this motor stuff that I suddenly decided to jump into. God, 50 videos and I have to do this to them. And it tries to load the video on every single one. The music is peaking? Oh, I really shouldn't do that. It's not peaking for me. No, it's not now that chat disappears. It's that I have chat on screen at all. The disappearing only happened recently. We only got that to work recently. That was like 2 weeks ago. All right, let's see here. I was on the one where I'm pointing at the camera. Where am I pointing? This is my most dignified position. It was this one we just did. Okay, so this is now this one. Save that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the AI thing, because AI is not that good at making real people. It doesn't look good. I'm concerned about that Vicor power module that we have in Burn the Subs. I hope it doesn't squeal when it's not in use, because they can do that. That's what my old PC power supply did. It would squeal when it wasn't in use, just because of the frequency that it jumped to. And then I talked to the application engineers at Vicor, and they're like, "You can't hear that." And I'm like, "Yeah." Like, what do you mean I can't hear that? All right, we're on purple. I'm going to hit reload. Go to the second page. This is the busy work that YouTube has generated for me. We now have generative busy work that I'm getting done while we wait for stream to start, because I am legally required to have the stream start be up for a certain amount of time at the beginning of the stream. I'm not. I'm actually not. I can do whatever I want, but I like to do that just to let people gather, so nobody is left behind when I start streaming, because people just like come in and be like, "What are we working on? What are we doing?" And I'm like, I can't personally tell you what I'm working on. Oops, I need to go back before doing that. So we're above orange now. I had a noisy PSU, built a dummy load for it. I was thinking about doing that. If I could just have a hot resistor sitting on it. Yeah. PSU for my keyboard used to squeal when the PC was off. Fixed it with a hammer. And a new PSU. Yeah, it was crazy. The computer had this hardcore power supply on it. It was really cool. These are actually the streams where I'm working on it. Not the power supply, but the case for the PC. And upgrading the heatsink and fans. It never got warm with that, but it could only power a 1080p. When I upgraded my computer, it then became, I had to go to a 750 watt power supply. And so the power supply project is a big project. It's a lot of stuff to do. All right, the one with the shirt that I don't like. It's too big of a project. It takes too much. And I have to vet and test it out so I don't burn my house down with the stupid thing. I actually went and followed code, the codes that you're supposed to follow when you do things like build a power supply that plugs into AC in order to prevent fires and whatnots. It's the whatnots that I'm actually really worried about. I just did this one, right? When you jump into the channel content and back out, it doesn't like it very much. It tries to load the whole video and then it bogs itself down. I would love to just see the text. Okay, good. I need more mass editing tools. Like if I could upload a bunch of videos and have it. Well, the problem is I need to figure out what the chapters are. That's sort of the workload, is while it's uploading. Before it's done uploading, I can go through and I can mark out all of the stuff that goes on. So we're on this one now. And I need to do, I have Pixie K, who's rated here before. Pixie K has rated our channel before. You guys know of her. She has one of those VTuber avatars. She made one that's the Oh Bother chip for my birthday. So I'm going to use, dog hair floating around, getting in my mouth. I'm going to use that as a thumbnail generating thing. So I'm going to have to go back into these videos, find a pertinent picture of what I'm working on, slap the Bother thumbnail on it, generate the picture, upload that to YouTube. I got to do it for 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 300 videos. I wish I was an AI. It would be so much easier. This is like, I need an intern to do this, but I don't make has an intern money. Oh yeah, none of these are good thumbnails. Here we go. You get this one. Oh, this is the one where Dex bonus raids. Dodger raids. She's playing a game with Sips right now. Let's hit reload on that. I'd not recommend the resistor route. They get hot and can go pop. Use the light bulb, put it in a small metal canister so the light was hidden. I don't know about a light bulb either, because then you've got a filament that's going to burn out. I mean, you can, like, okay, the resistor can work. You just need to, like, engineer it properly. Because, yeah, it's going to be converting that current into heat if you don't distribute it enough. I don't know. I could probably do some kind of a kitschy thing that would kill that current. Because it only, you know what can kill it is you can, on a computer at least, you have to have 5-volt standby current. And I didn't have that on that computer. If I had the 5-volt standby, then it would have probably killed the squeal. I just leave my computer on 24 hours a day, though. That was the solution. This is my most dignified thumbnail. This is a good one. It's really me at my highest. That's at the old computer in the keyboard tray. Bowing down to the floor gods. I'm too fat to be rolling around on the floor. I need to unfat myself. And I'm just not disciplined enough at the moment for that. I need to get my discipline back and sleep again. Start getting a sleep schedule going. Be a good boy. But I'm not a good boy. So I weigh 1,000 pounds. All right, let's see. So rolling around on the ground. This one, did I just do this one? Yeah, I did. Damn it. So that one, no, rolling around the ground. That one above it, the arm. The arm that looks like I'm missing my hand. And hit reload, because the interface bogs down if you don't hit reload. This is such busy work. I hate it. On the floor, this thing, that thing, this one. Save. Some of these have some decent views. I'm actually shocked at people that watch my video. I got like 100 views. I don't know if that's great for this type of content on YouTube, but it's neat that people are checking out my old VODs. I'm putting them up there for you guys. Get this channel popular. Make monetization an issue. The YouTube algorithm is looking upon me because I'm consistently uploading something every day. Joke's on them, though. That's going to run out. I look like some kind of a weird Sasquatch monster. I look like, what's his name from Trailer Park Boys? The prehistoric man. Which, wasn't he one of the producers? Sam Squanch guy. Yeah, Sam Losco. That dirty bastard. Oh, I already got that one. Damn it. Go to this one. Give it a chapters. What it's been doing is in the comments, or sorry, in the video description, it has all of my marked out timings, but it hasn't been putting a chapter in the timeline. So now that I put chapters on that, it'll actually grab that and change the timeline. Which one was that? That was this one. You can see I'm starting to get more and more chapters per chapters per video. All right, hit reload. Yeah, I'm definitely not clipping anywhere, so it's got to be you. Oh, did we not scroll? No, we scrolled. I'm just looking at... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Make sure all my chat windows work while I'm doing this. Okay, can we... Okay, there we go. God damn, this is annoying. All right, so we're on page 1 now, finally. Which means I can hit reload, and I can just go... Wait, how many pages are there? Get back. Okay. 1 to 30. 31 to 59. Okay, so we are on the first page now. So I can just go through and edit these while they try to copy. Look at how many notes there are on these videos. Look at that. I need those in the timeline so people can skip my BRBs and stuff. People don't have time to watch this much content. That's wild. It's insane. If I split these into all of these little chapters, I would be I could have a fake YouTuber career and just be on a desert island somewhere. I could just be on a desert island sipping a Mai Tai and dying of hyperglycemia because there's no hospital there. And I would be uploading for years. I do like 5 videos a day for years. I hate the ones that don't have a good thumbnail. I do need to go back on all the videos and generate a thumbnail. I'm learning how to be a YouTuber one day at a time. One day at a time, one stream at a time. It's gonna eventually get into my bloodstream, and I'm gonna be a YouTuber. I'm gonna get all hoity-toity about content creation and branding. I appreciate Twitch and its simplicity. Oh, we already did that one. Damn it! Okay, now reload for the interface to get faster. Have you played around with any of the RP2040 seed boards? I just ordered 4. I just ordered 4 of them an hour ago from Alibaba. But shipping, like I told Speedy Cat, shipping is gonna slow down around here. It's gonna be impossible to get anything on the fly. I live like on top of, we're in the sub-basement of an Amazon warehouse right now. I can get stuff from Amazon like instantly, but stuff from like Alibaba, that's gonna take quite a bit of time, especially during the holidays when like everybody's just grabbing as many stocking stuffers and throwing them on a postal truck as fast as they can. I love, this is Skylon. The album is Skylon by OTT. I love it. I would love to be able to generate music like this with the synth. I'll have to learn how to do it. Looked at the Seed Studio board. They look kind of limited with just 11 pins. Yeah, I'm wondering about that too, but the person, the Speedy Cat has been linking me these cheap synth builds, these cheap module builds, and this person is using all RP2040s. He's got a particular digital to analog chip that they like, and they like the RP2040. So, you know, it'll make for a couple fun builds if I can get all my ducks in a row fast enough in order to build these little modules. This is the one where I'm looking like that. This is the one with the mic. Boop. These have not been published yet. You guys will see these eventually. You guys are getting a rare look behind the scenes, or just me faffing about with the YouTube stuff and learning how to get it right the first time. So nothing too incredible here. I mean, that is probably a banned thumbnail just because it's showing art. Hajiwo is the YouTuber. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it looks like some cool stuff. Like, I guess the usage of that module is going to be like recording a sequence and then using it as a triggered like arpeggio, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna have to learn how to make music, because I don't know if I have the talent. I don't know if I have the talent to be making music. But I guess that's part of what the modular synthesizer does. The machine makes the, what happened? What happened there? Close. Go back. Which one did we just do? It was one with the funky thumbnail. This is back when I was actually doing game streams on Saturdays. I gotta go back to that. I gotta get back to that. You know, getting the dog means that I can't do these giant marathon streams anymore, because I have to settle the biological needs of a little puppy, or else she'll die. She'll die. Can't have that. Yeah, they're pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. It's like $11 to $15 modules. Very cool. Reload. I think I need a haircut. I think looking back at these streams, I think I need a haircut. Oh yeah, this is during Games Month. or whatever, games week. I took a little break. What am I talking about here? Look at this dumb guy. Dude. I think I need to find a new haircut person because they've been cutting my hair kind of bad. Maybe I just need to change my face's shape so that they can give me a good haircut and it'll show. Save. The other day, I took a total confidence blow to the fucking stomach. Somebody compared me to a webcomic where the artist draws themselves as being completely spherical, like as in a beach ball. And it's like, man, really feel good after that. Thanks for that comment. All right, let's see here. So we're on this one? Nope. Nobody on the VODs can hear what I'm bopping out to, but it's pretty hot. It's good stuff. Come on, there we go. Save. I gotta reload after this one. The interface is so slow. It's not art style, it's a webcomic. A bit overkill for simple, cheap synth module. You mean the RPi 2040? It's got like Bluetooth and stuff. I don't know if I want to like split my synthesizer into like the digital and the analog, because I could split the two and have digital and analog, and then split off some of the other ones. Okay, blue shirt. Did I get blue shirt? I didn't get blue shirt. We're on blue shirt. Scroll down. Blue shirt. Below blue shirt. Oh, I did get below blue shirt somehow. So ARM I got. Satisfactory, number 1. Where I'm a very sweaty man. Ugh, it gets so slow. I hate this. Okay, so we're on the tube. I mean, you know, having the overhead of a 32-bit microcontroller there and not having to do any little sneaky little tricks in order to get it to function properly in a synth module, I think that's perfectly good. You know, it's you spend $5 and you've got a module that can like do your taxes. It's like an insane amount of processing power for very cheap these days. All right, I think I'm wearing the same shirt in all 4 of these videos. Save that. Brown shirt, smiling like an idiot. Brown shirt, smiling like an idiot. Onto gray shirt, smiling like an idiot. Save. Channel content. Hit reload. Gray shirt, looking like a weirdo. Like a Sam Squanch. Gray shirt, Sam Squanch. Onto blue shirt again. Did I do laundry this week? Blue shirt. This one has very few chapters. I think I actually like hunkered down and worked this stream. Blue shirt looking like an idiot. Blue shirt looking like an idiot. Blue shirt looking like an idiot. These are all me looking like an idiot. Okay. This one. This is a cool one because we took the stuff from the CPAP machine that I'm not getting hundreds of dollars for in the recall. I discovered that I got an email that said, hey, those Philips CPAP machines, if you had one, we're going to give you $100 so that you don't sue us. And if you returned it, we can give you $50 more. If you, what was it? If you got a new CPAP, tell us which one, and we'll cover some of the costs. Well, guess what? I took mine apart. We've got the parts sitting on the desk right now. I've got this thing right here. That's the main blower motor of the CPAP machine. So I don't get my class action money out of it. Sad. I don't think this one has. Oh, this one has a decent enough thumb. Yeah, that one looks stupid. Jesus Christ. All right, save that. So we're below the brown shirt, looking like a dumb person. Brown shirt looking like a dummy. That's this one. And then we go here. What's that screen? No, it's just a bag of stuff. Okay, so leave that. And then those chapters. So it's the weird looking circuit boards below that. This one, I haven't reviewed the thumbnails for these yet. Oh yeah, that's a stupid face. Oh yeah, perfect. That's a perfect thumbnail. That is a perfect thumbnail. Okay, I gotta hit reload now. We're gonna get to the bottom of this list before I start stream. If you dismantled it on a live stream, we'll give you a follow. Throw me some subs. Gift me some subs for almost destroying my lungs with foam. When did I do my car radio? I'm wondering if somewhere in the streams from 2021 we have the car radio stream, because I like that one. That was a good one. We color matched it and everything. That was my buddy's Windows switch. Oh yeah, this one I made a special thumbnail for. Rip Burn the Subs 2.0. This is the day it died. This is our 9/11. That's when the board died. It got filled by blah, which is apparently a perfectly fine Twitch name to have. So that would be Rip Burn the Subs, and right below that. This is when I exhaustively went through and noted down everything happening, because the people who are named out in these parts have a segment where I'm filming their name burn up onto the board. So these were a lot of work to get all of the stuff in. But all I could note down, I didn't note down me doing anything. I only noted down the sub date. Is this the one where, yeah, this is the one that Cluck J commented on. This is when 676, which is the trench highway that goes through the middle of Philadelphia, flooded. We had like an insane amount of rain, and it became a pool, and people were like boating in it. Don't boat in 676. Just don't do it. There's that shirt again. I don't like that shirt. I don't think it fits me very well. My giant spherical body. Come on, buddy. Back to channel content. No, this was worse, Pseudo. This is like 6 feet of water. Like, the signs weren't visible. The road signs on the sides of the roads were not visible. 676 filled with water. It was a lake. These are already published, huh? Oop, I already got that one. Wait, does that mean all the ones below this are done? Nope. There's the RC car that I want to actually get working. Okay, now hopefully these all have... Oops, I hit reload too quickly. Go back! Get us out of here. All right, that should cover it then. Yep. Wow, that's looking pretty good. I need to work on this too. Apparently I did what I think Tomato did with his VOD channel, and I didn't mean to copy him in any way, but I just lazily uploaded my channel, Twitch channel avatar thing, and YouTube doesn't do clear. It doesn't do the PNG clearness, the alpha channel. So it ends up being in a white circle, which looks really Bush League. Okay, so there's that update. I got all that stuff done, and in the time it took me to do it, it still hasn't processed the copyright stuff. So we're pretty good to start up here. I'm gonna start up. Lower the volume, and I'll say what's up. The people who are commenting on the artist stuff, Twitch, in a wonderful Twitchian move, it was really quite amazing actually, said that, hey, if you have artistic nudity, if you're drawing like a figure, we're okay with nudity, that's a very Twitch move, right? That, you know, it's kind of nice because Twitch was the platform that pushed things a little bit, right? They went a little further and allowed people to curse openly, and they used to not have advertisers pulling, you know, their every move like some kind of a perverted marionette. Used to, but they were like the cool platform that would do this kind of stuff, which is why I wanted to come in here and do my streams on Twitch. It was not easy. You're not as discoverable on Twitch, and it's hard to kind of build an audience. But if you have a niche sort of thing that you do, and you do it long enough and with enough regularity, it feels like a fiber supplement commercial. But if you do it enough with enough regularity, you eventually build an audience, and that's sort of what you guys are seeing in the VOD channel on those early streams, is me building up that audience. You don't see the full thing because it was like 2018 that I was fully building it, but as a just partnered streamer. So anyway, Twitch allowed artistic nudity, and the internet, being the internet, reacted. And mostly, I feel like I've got like a hair that's tickling me over here. I don't know what the hell that's going on there. It's probably like a dog hair. Anyway, the internet being the internet, mostly word of mouth got around that Twitch is allowing art nudity. And so it suddenly became sexualized art nudity throughout the entire platform, and it was an absolute mess. So just after that, whoopsie poopsie, no more artistic nudity is allowed. Bother is banned from YouTube. I'm still there. Am I? I don't. What happens? What is my indicator when I get banned? Where did my YouTube window go? Oh, that's over here. Hold on, that's all the way over here. Maybe they'd send me an email or something. Yeah, I'm still up. I have to check. I don't have many indicators of that. I don't know what a ban looks like. That would be crazy. Why would I ever get banned? I don't draw penises on everything. But that's what the internet did, and there was some pretty vile art out there. And so Twitch immediately, knee-jerk reaction. Nope, you don't get that anymore. They completely rolled it back, and a lot of art streams were banned as a result. But it's like they didn't warn us about the toss. They just said, hey, you can do this now, and they go, hey, you can't do this anymore. And so a lot of people got banned. A lot of moderators ended up reporting things and get banned. Craziness, just madness. So the title on Twitch is "Art is Officially Banned. Let's work on motors and fans." The YouTube title does not allude to that at all. When I search you bother on YouTube, it brings up a music artist. Well, it's O_bother VOD is the channel. Hey, Pyro's here early. Okay, what are we working on today? But yeah, crazy fun times coming from Twitch lately. Just the insanity is just delicious. It's a wonderful little bit of holiday drama. And of course, Pay Money Wubby, who was sifting through the art channel on his stream and reacting to stuff that wasn't banned on Twitch, he also got banned. Should I get one with my tax return? What? What are you talking about? Get one what? Touch expanding screen keyboard. Oh my God. I'll look at it. Let's see. What is this thing? Wumsy. Quumsy. What is that name? Did they vet out that name? What is that name? So it's just like a little tablet on your keyboard. I don't know, man. It has an N2 slot for an SSD. Look. It seems like clutter. I'm trying to declutter. Anyway, let's get back on topic, because I can't fathom any use for something like that. I know Flatulent Gonad says his Logitech keyboards, God, his Logitech keyboard screen, much smaller, is actually pretty useful, but I don't think it would be anywhere near the realm of versatile for me, so I can't relate. I just don't know. Power supply's at 12 volts. This thing turns on. We are able to program it. We also aren't able to actually like make the motor do stuff. In order to make the motor do stuff, because you can't do that from the app, I guess, whoever programmed this did not include testing the motors as part of the program. So this would be the BL Heli Suite 32. This thing will connect, but I looked over it and I didn't see any ability to control the motor itself, right? So we need to plug it into a controller. And so I think I dropped it. I've got the RC car controller over here, and we can test that and see what it does. What happened to it? I think it fell, and it like traveled when it fell. I'm getting a little irpy. I don't know what the hell that's about. I had an English muffin sandwich for lunch. With egg. Egg. All right, so my dusty controller that we haven't worked on in a while versus motor controllers. I guess I have to have a wireless link in this thing, and hopefully this has battery still. How do I turn this? Oh yeah, there's this. Model FS1. How much battery do you have? It won't tell me. It's got a kind of a rudimentary battery charger in this thing. I can plug it in. I guess I can plug it in. Where'd that USB cable go? I think there's one in one of these drawers. This one. Yeah, there we go. Look at the drawers, they're actually useful. It's a tax write-off because I showed it on stream. Oh my God, my dog's going nuts. There was somebody doing like canvassing the neighborhood, going door to door. I think they finally got here. All right, I have absolutely no idea. RYG, hey! 19 months lurking in chat. Well, thank you for that 19-month. Holy crap. Tier 1. RYG, I really appreciate it. You're not that much of a lurker. You've spoken. Have you ever taken the remote apart? No. No, I have not. The RC car project was a pandemic project that was supposed to net me a cute little RC car that I could race around indoors. And so the 1/24th scale is really good for that. I was going to drift it all over the place and have fun with that. I didn't quite get to the end of the RC car project because we built. I put all that effort, and these are VODs that are coming out like today and tomorrow. I would. God, all I hear is barking. Oh my God! So the dog's going psycho right now. She's getting clapped at. Oh God! What is going on up there? Something really set her off. It probably just somebody walking a dog. Show pupper. I can't. I know she doesn't want to come downstairs. I don't get it. It's not like there's not everything for her down here, including a ratty old bed. It's a really dusty subwoofer and kind of an echoey place where her dad is shouting at the furniture. I know her butt was on camera for a split second, and then she ran away. That was yesterday. Spring-loaded return to center? No, it's probably mechanical. Yeah, there's not going to be an expensive potentiometer in this cheap of a remote. Yeah, that's what I do down here. I shout at the furniture for 3 or 4 hours. I thought she was the subwoofer. No, she's the woofer, and she's woofing right now, and it's very distracting, and I couldn't hold on to my train of thought there. So anyway, this car was supposed to be my cute little racist. I mean, my cute little racing car that I could drift around the shop and have fun with, right? Because this was originally supposed to be a Mario Kart home circuit thing, and I gave up on that because the anvil was not appreciably strikeable at that point. And so I made this into a fixed DC, like a Tamiya, like high quality motor race car. And that's why I have all these spindles here from ones that have blown out. We found some really fancy MOSFETs and we put those into the design, and they were really cool and really small, and they supposedly should have worked really, really well, but they didn't. They ended up not being able to fully open the battery to the motor, and so the speed was like hugely cut, and I don't know why that is. We used chips that are specifically designed to throw the MOSFETs. They wouldn't throw the MOSFETs properly. I don't know what the deal is. So at that point, I got some cheapo three-phase motors, but all the controllers require larger cells. So all the batteries that I modified are now completely invalid. There's like a hair that keeps triggering me. I move my elbow and I feel like there's something brushing against me, like a spider web or something. Anyway, yeah, so then this sat in a bin for like 8 months. I'm bringing it out now because Shortlurker told me about these 32-bit motor controllers. And so for 15 bucks, I was able to get 3 of them. And since I've got this CPAP motor, I would like to add this to the 3D printer and also possibly get this project to move. Tracked rover controlled through FPV, one stick controlled differential steering, the other controlled a PTZ camera mount. Fun to explore the yard while sitting inside. That's basically what I would do if I had like a fenced-in yard. We moved away from having a fenced-in yard to a smaller community, and then I started streaming like a year or 2 later. But so if I did have a yard, I would have loved to buy one of those larger robot chassis, the treaded robot chassis from Alibaba. They're really cool. Some of them are like split in the middle and stuff, and then attach a camera to that somehow and allow chat to use it, and then geo-fence it in so it doesn't like escape. I don't have to go look for my drone. That would have been a cool little stream. Is just, hey chat, you can pilot this drone, and then I could hide it behind a paywall or something. I could do evil. All right, anyway, but so we're gonna try these motors, and we're gonna make sure that they can operate quietly, and what is required to do that. What are your views on quantum computing? I don't know. It's just another technology. It'll eventually get there, but I don't spend my time looking up quantum computing. I'm sitting here building an RC car. That's for the academics. They can figure that one out. I don't know what the state of quantum computing is, and I guess that might be a quantum joke. But if we observe it, it will no longer become one. What the fuck is a Lamy? All right, so this is a different motor controller. This one really disappointed me. I bought this one in order to control this fan with the 3D printer. What are my views on quantum leaping? I support Iggy and the violence that it's endured. All right, so, well, that was just the interface. I guess Iggy is like a giant computer. Anyway, this motor controller, this is one of those Afro ESCs, I think. Is it? No, it's a Turnigy. It's a multi-star. Okay. This thing is built for drones. This thing starts up with a whole bunch of mechanical crunching noises from the motor as it figures out whether or not coils are attached, and it goes to like a nominal state for your drone. Drones can be as loud as they want to be. This project, though, can't. This project is not a loud project. First of all, the RC car can be loud. I don't care. I'm not going to make that quiet necessarily. I would like to use these 40 amp controllers with the RC car, if possible. If not, at the very least, I want these to operate silently and control this blower fan, which is not all too different from a drone propeller. Only this thing would, when powered, it would be sitting idle, and it could get 24 volts. Is that 4S? Because if you do 24 volts, I think you have to put a capacitor somewhere on this. Or there's something like that. We gotta look for that parenthetical note. Before that, though, we need to power this controller in order to send a signal to the ESC in order to operate it. And then we can play around with settings. So for that, I need to set up a test bed. And I don't have one set up right now. How can we test bed? Do I have like a... None of these have an RC connector, do they? Let's find some RC connectors that we can use. Oh yeah, and this is the gyroscope. It's pretty cool. You can add a third channel to turn it on and off. So I could use this to turn on and off the gyro. Pretty cool. 24 volts would be 6S. Okay, yeah, so under 24 volts, that would be 6S. So then we'd have to do the modification that they list so that it doesn't blow up, because people apparently had these things blow up. I got drone parts coming out of my ears. Like this thing, oh my God, it's covered in dog hair. Oh God, that's a lot of dog hair. I vacuumed. Anyway, this is a conformally coated quad Afro ESC that I never got to use. And like I said, I got drone parts coming out of my ears. Let's get the drone bin, which is going to be in its own dusty state. Yeah. Whoa. Apparently it wasn't even closed properly. I have to do a big lithium ion throw out. Because I got, oh God, look at this, it's disgusting. Dog and beard hair will forever haunt you. Well, that's foreboding. That is foreboding. So I need a couple of RC connectors to use here. These are all those fixed motor controllers, which I don't necessarily need. I could probably cut a lead off of those. Oh, wait a minute. I was just holding the thing with all the leads on it. What am I on? What am I doing here? What am I smoking? These are hilarious, these motors. I was gonna, this is the back end of a chassis that I was gonna try to build up, but these motors have really powerful, what are they called? The hard drive magnets. Why did I forget that? Why did I forget what I was talking about? Tungsten? No. Whatever. These have super powerful magnets, and people put these in Nerf dart things in order to make them like semi-lethal. They're incredibly difficult to spin, and they neodymium. They're incredibly scary. We got one of these functioning briefly, and it was frightening because it's just so powerful. I don't understand how people can put those in like a thing you hold in your hand. All right, this is useless to me. Oh my God, there's a giant tuft of dust. Look at that. Disgusting. Why is that there? I vacuumed. Okay, love the dog to death. She's the cutest thing in the world. And, you know, I'll always be there for her. But damn, does she have a lot. This doesn't even have them. It has just this crappy thing that I built. That's disappointing. Well, I mean, there's one connector here. I guess I don't want to chop this up. That thing seems a little bit too good to chop up. Let's see if I can find an orphaned connector. I don't know what happened to, I had one that was floating around in bins, but I want to turn it into a breadboarding thing. What are the motor controllers? What voltage do they take? I'll have to look at the front of the thing. Because usually the motor controller has the capability of creating whatever voltage it is, like 5 volts, to power the electronics. This one does not. This particular helicopter one does not have that. What is getting sacrificed here? Oh yeah, all my wheels. I forgot about all the wheels that I made. I figured out how to 3D print wheels, which is apparently banned. You guys remember this one? This is the tank that tried to murder me. Well, by your hands. I still got it. It still works. I want to put stepper motors here. I have a bin full of stepper motors, and I can replace these, and then we'll have better control over the tank. Because what the tank would do is lurch. It would lurch forward and break its grip with the table, which caused chaos. Which was, you know, it was good chaos. That was fine, but I gotta manage it a little better. How many of these things did I buy? Jeez. TZ4 AWD. Here's parts for the controller. Nice to have why is there a single AA in this bin? What is going on? That's gonna go with garbage. Really? That was the first stream you came in on? This tank was controlled by a separate chat room. Twitch doesn't do that anymore. We don't have another chat room. And I taped an X-Acto knife to the top of it. So chat was giving it commands and trying to make it basically murder me. That was essentially what the goal seemed to be. That's a neat little motor. I was meant to do something with this one. This neat little motor. Never did. All kinds of cool stuff that you can do with these motors. Here we go. That's exactly what I was looking for. Hey, good thing I went rummaging. I have boxes of all the same type of stuff. I keep looking at these like, man, this would be fun to get working. And then I remember that I did try to get it working and I got sidetracked. And then the drone frame collected dust for 1,000 years in the background. It's unfortunate though, because I really want to do something with all these. I got a lot of motors like that from drone projects of ages past. I had a real job. I was able to actually use money from my real job to buy parts, so I could buy more and better parts than I normally would be able to now. And so those ended up as projects, and then I spent all this money on this what is it, hexcopter frame, and I put all the motors on it, and I did all the electronics, and then I took it to a friend's house where he has a little bit of space, and I hovered it, and I flew it up into the air, and then the controller went beep beep, and I'm like, what does beep beep mean? And then the drone tilted 45 degrees and shot off into the woods where it exploded against a tree. I'm glad it went into the woods and not his house, but that was an expensive fix. So I then went to little racing drones, and I got 1 or 2 built up, and then I had nothing to do with them. I don't have a field. I look like a farmer. We've never seen a man murdered by an X-Acto knife before. Well, fortunately, I'm not here to provide that to you. Look at that, beautiful. I love this thing. I haven't gotten to use this in a couple days. My flex on flatulent gonad by buying a wire stripper. I took a risk with this one though, because I didn't know whether or not this thing would be doing quite as good of a job. But actually, I need to get in close with this one, so I can't. I can't use it. I need to get in close. Yeah, I think if anywhere, Florida would be inventive enough to figure out how. There's that that meme of the guy building the model with the X-Acto blade, and each subsequent step gets bloodier and bloodier. So I did smaller drones. Those are the ones that the kids were flying around in like abandoned stuff and like flying through the windows and stuff like that. But I never tuned it properly. You have to do the whole PWM tuning where you basically tie it to a couple chairs and you tune all the dynamics of it. And I didn't do that. I was getting ready for that step, and I just got sidetracked by stuff. That's always the thick of it, is that 90% of the project is not abandoning the project. And we've got a lot of stuff like that that are kind of like abandoned. But the drones got smaller and smaller, and it would be cool to build like an indoor one. Although I don't think I want those propeller blades around Willow. When I was doing the big drone, I was holding it in my hand a particular way, and it spun up and it scratched the living crap out of me. You know, those carbon fiber blades are very brutal. They can hurt you. Oh, god damn it. The jacket of the wire, of course, is melting, producing some kind of a sludge, because these are not really meant to be soldered, I guess. And I guess I could put a male pin on that. Maybe that's the way to go. Now we'll get a little melty. I'm just going to solder these to a header. But I think the way that they want you to do it is to actually put like a male pin on this, and then put it into a shroud, and then I would have a 3-pin plug that I could put directly into the thing. I'm going to do it with headers, though. I'm going to do it with headers. Use up these right angle ones that are hideous. I got to do something with all these right angle headers. Big drones are scary. Yeah, like when you got something with a bunch of like carbon fiber, like legitimately sharp blades that is speeding along at head height. There's a guy that died of decapitation from one. That went around many, many years ago, but man, that was a gross picture. It was not a cool picture. We've all got pins and 3-pin Molex connectors hanging around. Well, this isn't, you know, the wire that they used here was designed to go to, well, actually, no. This would get soldered to the PCB, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not the kids who are wrong. Maybe it's me. Oh, these don't cut so well. All right, let's see. Move this out of the way for now. I'm going to need that in a couple minutes, but let's go to the microscope. Microscope. There it is. Oh, good. Let's put something white under the corner of the microscope. That way they can't read their own chats. I'm always afraid that when I'm casually holding the soldering iron, I'm going to poke the scope and melt my beautiful scope. This scope is really awesome, by the way. I've had a wonderful time using it over the past, I guess, month that I've had it. No, gotta get under the pin. I don't know what it is. I've been streaming on YouTube for a long time, and then uploading, for some reason, I feel more exposed uploading videos to YouTube. It's weird. Maybe it's just like humiliating to me to see myself on this platform where all these other great content creators have made their name. Yeah, I melt a pinhole in the screen protector, melt one of the knobs, something I touch daily. I guess the knobs can be replaced, but it's too new to have to deal with my shenanigans. Did I even solder the middle one? I think I did. Looks all busted. All these good content creators are gonna laugh at me. They're gonna laugh at me. I'm gonna look at how shitty this guy is. Looks like a Sam Squanch. Well, when I generate thumbnails, I think I'll feel like they're more professional when I start like actually going through and making all the thumbnails for everything. I got to get that VTuber model running. I downloaded it, Pixie shared it, and I downloaded it, but now I need to work with it and make it do facial expressions, basically. Do funky little facial expressions, and that'll be nice and interesting and unique. Why I move and then everything is moving with me? Why did I feel like something was boring into my hand really hard? Did I ground something, or did I just happen to... I think I just happened to move my hand and a pin poked me and I thought I was getting electrocuted. That can happen when you're just working with a soldering iron like this, is suddenly you ground yourself to some kind of a differential. Where are we? Here we go. That jacket, like, immediately turning into soup is one of the most annoying things. I'm really mad at it, actually, because it just makes this so much sloppier. If the insulation's like running all over the place. Cheap is what it is. Cheap. The way to minimize that is, of course, to minimize the amount of contact between the two. Owie, that's hot. Okay. All right, so that's going to be our power and stuff. Now we need a voltage regulator that's going to power this radio. So what is that? What does this thing do? What are do? VCC, bind channel 3, channel 2, channel 1. 3 channel 2.4 gigahertz. Got a number on it. And it'll tell you the voltage. 2.4 G. Oops. So I gotta look. Oh, 5 plus. There it is. No, signal plus minus is what that is. Yeah, let's just look it up though. AFHDS 2.4 gigahertz. What is that below? Something aromatic frequency supplements. That's some small text. All right, fly sky. I'm pretty fly for a sky. FSGR3E. Specifications. I can't believe they wouldn't put that on the label, what the specs are. Okay, 4 to 6.5. So we need a 5-volt regulator that can take 12 volts. I have Do I have? I think I have some ready for breadboard. Yeah, back in the day, you would have 4 AA's powering your radio. It's pretty heavy. That's a lot of weight to be putting on stuff. There goes the dog again. She just loves to bark at everything out there, huh? This one is actually a 5-volt regulator, and it looks really crappy too, so let's use it. Looks like it's in a terrible state. What is this one? This one might be a 3-volt. What are you? Well, you had this thing on you. Let's see which one we can use here. I think this one will probably take the largest swing in voltages, but we need to look up. I need to label these more often, these voltage regulators. Oh, this is the very common voltage regulator that's used in a lot of 3-volt stuff. AMS 1117. Now the question is, what's written below it? This looks like it's a 3-volt. I think 3 is written down there. I can't see. God, I'm gonna have to get the bark collar for this doggy. She's being disruptive. Nah, she's allowed to bark. She can bark. It's not that disrupting. It just, oh, there it is, 3.3. That took, I had to get it to just the right angle. She can bark. She's allowed to bark. It just gets annoying if she's sort of all hyped up all the time. What is this one? I love Pololu's stuff. They make some really amazing stuff. This has a 5 written on it. So the Pololus are, I believe, able to take up to the upper limits of the voltages that we're going to be using today. So this is a perfect one to use. AA batteries to power your radio. Back in my day, it was 4D batteries. That's on the cheap toys, not on the professional stuff like that. The gliders that my brother and I would, because we used to go up to New Hampshire to my grandparents' place, and it was like, you could just go to a field there. It was, everybody knew everybody, and it was just one of those little tiny towns. And even the main road in the town was a dirt road. So we would build stuff in my grandparents' barn, and then go out and like fly it and stuff. So we do a lot of gliders because there were a lot of rolling hills out there, a lot of trees too. But so the glider would have just this and 4 AA batteries in it. The RC cars, the ones that took fixed batteries like before NiCads were really a huge thing. Man, those were expensive to run. You had to buy like enormous amounts of D-cell batteries. Crazy times. Lithium-ion batteries have been awesome. All right, so we got power good, shut down, and then V in ground, V out. So VIN ground, V out. And V out is on the red pin, isn't it? Well, actually, wait. Yeah, V out is on the red pin because we're going to be powering that with this. We don't have a signal pin, but we're just going to use that plug. And so it would have to be like this, and then that signal pin is just going to V in. I don't think I'm comfortable piping V in into this radio module, so we're just going to do it off to the side. We'll wire it on its own to power and everything. That means jumpers. I got plenty of yumpers. Yumpers and yumpers. So many yumpers. So let's go with, where's my tweezers? Oh, they're right here. They're right here. They've been here this whole time. I'm trying to be a little quieter, so maybe the dog will come and hang out with me, but she, I think she's hell-bent on sleeping at the front door these days. She just likes it there. It's like I have this amazingly cute corgi. It's the cutest corgi in the entire world. But she won't hang out with me. We get plenty of time after I'm done work. There's V in. Now we do ground. It needs to be a slightly longer one. I'm still pulling from the stuff that we took out of the breadboard from the synthesizer stuff. We used to have to swap crystals. You kids know what a crystal is? That's how we got multiple frequencies. And even then, you would still get interference off of stuff. And when you used your RC car by the TV, you would get weird noises. Everything was analog. Oops, I missed. That's the wrong one. Bring that back up. What an what an amazing move by Twitch to give Pay Money Wubby a nice little 7-day vacation during the holidays. It's actually kind of an incredible move. How are we going to plug into this? I need one pin, so I guess I could just get a jumper out of here. Out of the yumpers. Where's my yumpers? And it'll probably come back with bigger numbers because of that's just what happens when you get banned, apparently. just a weird ecosystem that they've created here where I am incentivized to get banned for some stupid thing so that I can take to social media and cry about it with my dog. I always got to put the cute puppy in the video, and then people will go, Twitch, you're monsters. Why did you do this? I'll go, I don't know what I did. I'm sorry. V out goes to V in, so we're going to need a jumper going sideways. This is a very simple breadboard setup, but it's nice to be spread out and clean, much like all of those art streamers. Oh, I made myself stupid laugh. Let's see. Go from over here. Those are going to break off. It's about to pop off. Was tired of my employer changing the rules every 6 weeks. It's so wild that they changed it like that, and they didn't like give everybody like prep time or like moderators time to be like, whoa, okay. Apparently, like there are companies where you could just buy a moderator. Like you can buy people to moderate your stream. Like, hey, we're gonna have an event, so I need a bunch of moderators. And you go out and you hire a place that has people that will follow, you know, the website toss and make sure that everybody is acting ruly. This is a market for everything these days. I would assume it's not a great paying gig, but am I struggling with this now? Hold on, I'm just trying to organize a little bit here because we're gonna have USB coming in, and we got all this other stuff that we got to hook up. This is like not even, that's not making contact there. Okay, let's move that up a little bit. Okay, so I got D3 over here going to this motor controller. We've got power coming out of V out, just double check, V out, ground. V in is going to be up to 24 volts. And I believe this thing can take it. We'll know if it can't. I've got V out going to this thing's V in and powering our radio. And then I have ground going to ground. Ground to ground to ground to ground to ground to ground to ground. I'll get that out of the way. And then this is our signal, our RC signal that I can put wherever I want. I can do whatever I want. I can do it over here, I can do it over there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Put the motor controller way over here. I want to put the motor controller close to the power input because it's going to be drawing a lot of current. And then I guess we can just do a power check, and I guess I'll hook up the motor controller to our output. We can get our initial conditions. That thing's still charging, but I'll unplug it. So first, just check with 12 volts to see if anything blows up. I heard doo-doo-doo, and this thing is blinking, and if I connect to it, it's solid. Well, it doesn't like the signal that we're sending it. These things share a ground and signals up front. That one should be bind channel 1. I don't know which one's channel 1 here. Oh, apparently that is. Okay, so let's move this down. That was pretty quiet, by the way. Oh, but it's doing a little check before it'll turn on. Okay, I think that's this one. Well, it's not going very fast, but it does stop and go forward. Now, we got this running a lot harder Well, let's, okay, so I wonder if I can go up to 24 volts. What'll explode if I go up to 24 volts? The Arduino's not plugged in. This thing is on the brutal regulator. I think we're okay to go up to 24. Oh, and I'm probably getting current limited. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20 volts, 21, 22, yeah, I know, 23, 24 volts. How are we doing, everybody? Still alive? Everybody's doing okay? This thing's a little toasty. But this thing should go up to that voltage, so... Oh my god. That's only drawing an amp. There's a lot of wind here. Wow, that thing is nuts. But it's starting it silently. That's 40 watts. Uh-oh, it's getting hot. The perf board is getting hot from all the current. It is drawing an amp. This is actually, it's not hot, it's just warm. How's this doing? Yeah, it should probably get a better connection to the input, but you try some of my big drone ESCs with some hard drive motors? Yes. Brutal. This is crazy. Okay, this is gonna be perfect because this was absolutely silent in starting up the... Yeah, it's very, very quiet. Like, here, listen. Like, you can't hear that. Here, I'll keep talking and you can hear it in the background versus my normal talking volume. This would be like if you were standing across from me and I was talking to you. That's how loud this thing is. It's very, very quiet. And if I make it start more subtly, I gotta do this. I gotta hold it like that. Oh my God. This isn't exactly gonna power a hovercraft, although I guess it probably could. See, at its slowest, it's actually putting out as much as the like a hot end fan on a 3D printer would do. So if I run this at extremely low speeds, that'll probably be pretty good. Oh my God, this thing is so angry. Yeah, that's really good. It's loud as hell, though. So at 24 volts, this thing here, I'm going to turn this all off. At 24 volts, this thing screams like a banshee. But it also can go very slow. I think I have like a logarithmic thing on this so that I can drive slower speeds with the RC car. But this will be great. Can this go down to 2S voltages though? What are you using it for? This is gonna go on the 3D printer, which is a 24 volt system, and this will control. This will be the blower fan. So this will sit on the frame, and a big CPAP hose is gonna go up and around. So if I wanted to, I could quiet this down even further by using, first of all, the rubbly. I gotta find the other rubbly one, but use the rubbly mounts on this thing. And then I could also put a filter on the input, and that would quiet it down even more. There's only one way to be sure that you can get 30 amps into it. At 24 volts, this is drawing 1 amp. 1.5, I think. But we've discovered that it is, in fact, very quiet. Quieter at 12 volts, but that can be remedied with settings. So, unfortunately, that means that the 3D printer hot end is a go. That project is totally and completely doable. Even with the stock settings of this controller, these things are starting up quietly enough. So when the printer turns on, I guess it'll go through its little checks. And then I have to figure out how I would send, because the PWM coming out of the printer, is that the same as the PWM that it gets from the RC controller? I have to wheel the printer over here. I also have to design all of the air ductings for the printer now, but that'll be really good. Clipper, PWM ESC. PWM tools. How to set up a PWM controlled laser or spindle using PWM tool and its macros. Control F, ESC. Describes. Really? Has to have ESC. End mill support. Partial success with a Philips CPAP blower and clipper. Huh. Content isn't available. CPAP blower works as intended when controlled via cheap servo controller and hobby ESC. Partially works via clipper PWM on fan output to ESC. PWM is PWM. The only thing that changes is, well, RC used PCM for a little while, didn't it? Whitbox Clipper Hotbed DIY upgrade. This is exactly the project. That's funny. SKR Mini putting out 3.8 on the 24-volt line. Big Tree Tech 3D printer toolboard. I don't need CAN because I've got this can be on the base of the printer. $50 hertz for the timing of, yeah, so I wonder if I can alter Clipper and have it do the proper timing. God, how is there still dog hair stuck in this thing? I thought I dusted it. I just want to see the, I don't want to move the wheel. Oh, wait, that's the wrong channel. I want this channel. I want this channel. And then I want to turn it back on. I just got a whole, this thing just sung me a song. But do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Huh. Why? Oh yeah, because I didn't turn this on. Now it's like do-do-do-do-do-do-do. What the hell? It's singing me an entire song. It's ridiculous. There we go. Man, there's nothing more satisfying than RC stuff. I'll tell you something. Look at that servo go. Not as fast as I think some of them are, but it is a very light servo. All right, so, oh yeah, that's gonna start this thing up. Oh my God. I don't think it's enough to push the frame forward. Huh, it changed the range. This used to, I used to have to hold this back in order to have it stop. Now it's just stopped at idle. It must have keyed into something. You see RC drift cars back in the day, way too much fun. That's what I was trying to do. Oh, now it won't let me do it? Whoa, we're dropping down to 6 volts. Why are we dropping down to 6 volts? What happened over here? Smoke, smoke, fire. Oh, this thing blew up from the doing the servo. Servo must have drawn quite a bit of current. Are you broken? I think we might have blown up the voltage regulator with 24 volts. Yep, look at that little dot right there. That's a dead voltage regulator. Damn it, this thing was a $20 board. Oh man. I had a buddy of mine who was big into modding RC cars. I wonder what killed it. Maybe overcurrent draw from the servo. So this was not a good choice of regulator to use here. It is in fact piping hot, as it has just died. Formed itself a blowhole. Yeah, it pursed its lips and blew. Well, if we let that go on any longer, it might have been an actual smoke situation. Because essentially, the way these... I think they've changed all the formulas for the epoxies and stuff. You know, it used to be a lot more dramatic when you would overvolt something because the buildup of heat would cause a sudden outgassing inside the chip, and then it would blow out of the epoxy like a bomb. It would essentially like crack the epoxy and explode, and you'd be left with a little like silicon chip sitting at the bottom of a crater. That used to happen a lot. It doesn't happen anymore. Nowadays, it just kind of bubbles and then smokes. So I think they probably changed things around. I was actually just on that page. PWM for lasers and spindles, but it goes over how to change frequency. So you could use that to get the RC frequencies out of PWM. Man, Clipper's got everything, doesn't it? Clipper really does have everything. Well, that wasn't a cheap motor controller, and I guess we were at its upper limits. Sorry, cheap voltage regulator. This is one of the nice ones. Now I got super nice one. Actually, I don't think I have another one of those. The super duper nice ones that are designed to go up to like 52 volts. I don't think I got one of those still. Let's check what that was. I like these guys. They make good stuff. Voltage regulators. And then they've added to all of their lineup. Some of these are pretty crazy. We had one of these. And these are designed to go up to 22. We were 2 volts over the limit. 2 volts over the limit. So we should have seen that coming a mile away. I would have to buy the chip itself if I were to repair it, which is annoying. PWM CFG, what is that? Let's see. I would also have to install PWM tools then, right? Output pin tool. That's a lot of stuff. Oh, G-code macro. Tool enable. So you'd set it up like it's a tool, and then you would MCU duration, maximum duration will not. This is complicated. That's a lot of stuff to put together. Okay, so that could control it in Clipper. Got a little ways to go until I can vet that out. Right now, looking at my destroyed voltage regulator. Oh, sorry, you guys didn't see what I was looking at. I was looking at Pololu, and then I was also looking at what SpeedyCat linked, which is the Clipper configuration. It's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff here. But this is setting up a PWM controlled like laser, spindle, whatever. We would need to cater this for RC frequency PWM, which may not be all that big of a deal. But then it can be controlled from Clipper using a percentage of up to 100%. So we would then scale that back for a lot of the stuff because this is a powerful blower motor. This would be way beyond, above and beyond the Call of Duty for 3D printer. I'm sad about this because this is an expensive one. Let's see what else I got. Let's see if I got one that's going to survive 24 volts. Now I don't know the identity of this one at all. This is something that was identified by shrink wrap, so I don't know what the limit on this thing is. Hey, Chimera Swede. Apparently, I watched you for 61 hours this year, and still hoping for the Death Laser project. Yeah, blah blah blah. I'm gonna get back to it. You handle yourself. All right, let's see here. This one might actually be a 3-volt regulator. There's a lot to this one. Actually, this one is a 12-volt regulator. This is the one that I think I'm using on the steering wheel. It's a little too much. These are all 3s. What are you? I've written something on this, and it's wholly and entirely illegible. What the heck is this one? All right, let's see. Well, the dog doesn't come down here anymore. It doesn't come down here. It sucks. I have to work alone. Charged pump? That's not what this is. This is something else. No, maybe it is. It does have that 6-pin, the SOT 23.5 chip on it, but I don't quite think it's that. Step up and down, step down, step up. I think it might be a step up, this one. I don't know how to identify it. Sometimes they leave you a little thing so that you can actually identify what the thing is, but I have neglected my duty in labeling these properly, so I don't know what this is. I have something written on it. I'm gonna guess that's 3.3. What does that look like? It looks like a pathetic attempt to communicate with myself. Because Reg 10A is going to be a family of regulators that do a bunch of different stuff. And then depending on what these parts are, I guess that's what determines what it does. Which I guess we could look up in the data sheet, but I'm guessing since it's a voltage regulator, it's going to be some kind of a ridiculous equation. Could not resist and bought my first 3D printer today. Hey, congrats. You've now unlocked a whole world of frustration and hobby for yourself. But if you stick with it, you will eventually be able to make little brackets for stuff that'll explode if you handle them slightly improperly. This is looking very close to what I have. Reg 10A, those are the right dimensions. There's only one? Oh no, there's multiple. Okay, 5 volt step up, 3.3 volt step up. Where was I using this stuff? Maximum 2.7. You don't know if they actually use the right one in their stuff, so. Can you do RC? I don't know what the. Oh, there's cycle time in the main clipper configuration. Oh my God, I can't. I'm not going to find it right now. I'm trying to figure out what these regulators are. Input through indicator diode. Nothing that's going to break the current path. These are all very low current though. I'm looking for something that can survive the 24 volts so that I can power it up. In the end, it doesn't really matter. Instead of this, it's going to be the 24 volt clipper. So I'll just be able to put that on there and then have one signal pin going out to the fan. So all I need to do is put this somewhere nearby and I'll be able to control the fan. This thing is very talkative though. I don't know what it's trying to say. It's like the radio isn't connected. There's not enough volts. There's too many volts. I think it was beeping to indicate that battery was low. Test number 2. Well, tests are waiting until I've got. Let's bring it down to 3S voltages. This one has a 5 written on the chip. So I know this one is 5 volts and it'll be able to survive up to 50. So I guess we'll put some headers on this one and plug it in to the breadboard. To the breadboard. I gotta figure out what voltage regulator I'm putting into the thing because this doesn't have one. Cycle underscore time. Like in a month, I'll have to remember that when I get this project to the point where I'm actually doing the clipper stuff, which we could do today. It's just I want to do some RC car stuff too because the RC car project has been neglected. I would like to get this vetted for the RC car and actually pull the top bar off of this thing and mess with that. So we're switching over, but I do know now that with a little bit of configuration on this thing's end, we can do quite a bit. Well, what can we do? What do I even need to do anything? Because like I've got all these parameters here. There's ramp up power, motor direction, minimum throttle. Now normal and reversed, bidirectional. See, that's what bidirectional 3D. What? 3D rev, bidirectional soft. Oh, is this telling me what it is? Oh, that's really cool. So yeah, I can do it bidirectional for the RC car. Yes, this is good. These are positive changes. Minimum throttle. So that would be the minimum in order for this thing to cycle up. I may need to like test these and make sure they're okay. Start up beep volume. beacon signal volume. So the beacon signal, I guess, is if there's low. That's what I was hearing earlier. Is the beacon signal. So if your drone is flying around and the battery drops down to too low voltage, it'll start beeping, and it'll keep beeping until the battery is too low to power the electronics. And so you can actually find your drone. PWM frequency low and high too. So I could change the PWM frequency here instead of Clipper. I'd probably want to do it to up to 24 kilohertz in Clipper, but because it's easy enough to just tell Clipper cycle _ time 24000. Auto telemetry, there's no telemetry on this particular one. Stall protection would be off. Well, I can't turn it off. S-bus channel we're not doing. Brake on stop. No, but can I give it a maximum acceleration? Maximum? Oh. Sign modulated. Low RPM power protect. No. I don't know what the motor timing is. What is that for? Demag compensation. Demag compensation is a feature to protect from motor stalls caused by long winding demagnetization time after what? Demag compensation is a feature to protect from motor stalls caused by long winding demagnetization time after communication. What? The typical symptom is a motor stop or stutter upon quick throttle increase, particularly when running at low RPM. Huh. Oh yeah, it's the operation manual for the very thing that I'm using. Interesting. Okay, well, that's not too relevant to me. I can't believe how complicated these things are. So, all right, let's see. We want to test it with the RC car motor, not just the fan. So I can pull this, and then I need to put wires on these 3 terminals and get them over to here. So I could do that with a DuPont connector, although we'd probably very quickly run into the limits of that. And what I was doing right now was actually getting a voltage regulator that's going to survive our shenanigans. So let's do that first, and then I can hunt around for another one of these connectors that I'll actually be able to plug into the motor with. I could steal these. I'll steal these. I'm going to steal these because I don't like this drone thing. Steal these wires for myself. This one is meant for drones, and I don't think I can reprogram it. Is my iron turned off? That's what's going on. Sitting here looking like an idiot. These are just wires, I guess. I guess I don't have to really do it this way, but actually don't know what current I'm going to be putting through this. That ESC goes up to 40 amps. It'd be absolutely wild if it ended up drawing that much current. Gimme. Go. Now this just has solder lugs, so I need to load them up with a little bit of solder first. Let's get that on the microscope. Let's get that on the scope. How's everybody's Friday looking? Anybody doing anything cool, or are you guys just watching me, which is the furthest away from cool that I think you guys could possibly get? A, B, and C phase. I can't really see what I'm doing here. I need to put this, I need to go off-roading a little bit. Nope, needs to be taller. Big blower fan. Need you to prop this up and make it really awkward to work with. Careful now. Okay, and then C phase. See, what I really want to plan for with this thing is for when it flips fucking out and just goes totally apeshit. Because sometimes you try to take a turn too fast with this thing, and it causes the entire car to just tumble end over end. So I need to plan for that and have everything be nigh on indestructible on this thing, which is why I want to pack all of the electronics under this bar right here. What I'm going to end up doing is going 100,000 miles an hour, and then it's going to hit something and explode. And it'll render all of the carbon fiber completely destroyed in that act. But until then, it'll be a glorious time indeed. Probably have to solder these again. I don't know where I want them to go. I guess they'll go out and around and into here. So, I want them this way. There's dog hair on everything. Jeez. I keep discovering more dog hair, and probably the instant I zoom this thing along the ground, it's going to be covered in even more. So there's no fighting it. So I have to kind of give in to the dog hair overlords. These will probably get much thicker wires, depending on what happens now, in the next couple minutes here in testing this. There's a dog hair just fluttering on the soldering iron. Did I just melt rubber? No. Good. Okay. All right. Let's just do it. Stop talking about it and do it. The plug's on the other side of this, so I actually don't know how I'm going to connect to the motor controller. We can just get a different one, actually. I can just grab a different one. You're coming with me. You're the blower motor fans controller. Where did I put the other ones of these things? I have them in a thing somewhere. I've got 4 of them. They become one with the hair. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we're not doing this joke anymore. I said we're not doing this joke anymore. Get out of here. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Strands of love. She sheds a lot. She is a corgi. I wish she'd come down here to sleep like she used to do. Yeah, she would just hang out and sleep under the desk. But apparently that's no longer an option. I scared her or something. I guess the front door is way more entertaining than I am. Which makes sense. That makes sense. Talon 32. These things will probably be pretty good for the RC car. I don't know. I mean, we get full reverse. I don't think I can do brake at a particular time. Let's just hold on. What do we? Can I get this to brake? Not brake on stop. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does braking the way that I would want it to do. Motor direction, bidirectional 3D reverse. I don't know what 3D means. Normal, reverse, bidirectional 3D. So let's look that up in the manual. What did we search before? We searched something that was specifically, it was the DMAG compensation. That brought us to the manual. And then we're looking for 3D. Motor direction can be set forward, reverse, bidirectional rev. In bidirectional mode, center throttle is 0, and above it is forward rotation, and below it is reverse rotation. When bidirectional operation is selected, throttle calibration is disabled. Wait, forward, reverse, bidirectional, or bidirectional rev. Center throttle is 0, above it is forward rotation, below it is reverse rotation. See, the thing that we don't get is you can't double tap See, I wanted double tap to go into reverse, and then going with reverse throttle would make the motor brake more and more, be our AKE, which is unfortunately not something that these do, I guess. And well, the question is, can it be configured to do that? I mean, I don't know if I could make the throttle do that. Motor stalls caused by low winding, blah, 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 as mentioned above. High communication timing helps. Detects when demag situation occurs. In this situation, there's no info on motor timing, and communication proceeds blindly with the predicted timing. In addition to this, motor power is cut. So it's when you hit hysteresis and the magnets can't push on the magnets anymore at that speed that you run into these weird problems. And so this tries to guess what the position of the spindle is in order to get the magnets to push against the magnets. Higher value of the compensation, blah, blah, blah. So I wonder, this is a BL Heli 32 brake. Throttle, double tap, reverse. Can't get my drone to work. Ugh. Okay, the search has so many terms in it that he's a cute drone. It's a neat one. Look at this thing. I guess I can't see the whole thing, but it looks kind of cute. Got those little protection things on it. Cool. Okay, so I don't know if I can get what I want to have happen, right? I don't think there's a lot implemented in firmware because it's designed to be driven by a flight controller. Yeah. Maybe there's alternative ESC firmware projects. Perhaps. Yeah, I don't really know. It's not really meant to be, yeah, like an RC car throttle. I can make it work for this, and this thing will just instantly go into reverse. And it'll brake when I stop throttling. That's okay. That's fine if it works that way. That's not that big of a deal. But it would have been cool to have the features that I tried to plug into the old ESC, the other one that I had. So let's get a DuPont connector on the end of this. And then we can solder this to, well, I could either like double clip it so that it doesn't heat up as much. That might be a good idea. And then we'll, well, no, no, I can still do that. And then we'll get this thing on the breadboard, and then we can do testing of this thing as an RC car ESC. And when we get that all tuned up, I can then plug it into the DOS, the much smaller board. How many pins do we have? We want to cut it off to dash 3. I got to figure out what the voltage regulator is going to be in the RC car, though. I don't know what that is yet. And I don't have the wiring harness. I'm missing so much stuff right now. RC car needs a little bit of love. We need to work with it a little bit. Not that there's no particular like drive. There's no reason that I'm not like under a deadline. I'm just doing this for fun. But I feel like I've neglected my duties here and let this project kind of stagnate. Whereas I could be racing a cool RC car all over the place. Although with Willow, I don't want to pull any whiskers off of a dog's face, you know. I kind of cringe at that. There was one like, how to tire out your corgi, and it was a picture of a corgi at the park. Or sorry, it was like a TikTok of like the corgi at the park running after the RC car, and then it was like step 2, and it was the dog, you know, passed out on its back. But I hesitate to have stuff that will rip out whiskers at the dog park, you know. I kind of cringe at that. That seemed like that could have been a possibility because the dog will bite at the back wheel and, yeah, could get hurt. So I don't think I'm going to be freaking Willow out with the RC car. She'll probably get really scared of it and think it's crazy and then totally ignore it. I can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. I need to go back to the microscope view. I'm all disorganized. Everything's kind of discombobulated today. Looks like I got a couple of these 50-volt high-power regulators. I think I ran out of them because I blew one up, and then I bought extras. And I haven't even tried this one out yet. You know, this one might be just as good as the other. This one might actually have all of those modes in it. I don't know what it is. I've lost it. I do not know what this is. This one may have a regulator on it, though, that can handle 3S. We'll try to figure out what that is in a minute. Bonk. Now, we don't have anything to hold on to this. I am lying. I have a lot of stuff to hold on to this, but just so I'm showing a variety of techniques here, if you can't hold on to the thing that you need to solder and it's going to flutter all around the desk, and you don't have helping hands because you're a normal human being and you know quality when you see it, and so you didn't buy helping hands because they're terrible, and your alternative hasn't come in the mail yet, a lot of the time what we do is we just tape stuff down. So I get a piece of Captain tape, which won't melt when I touch it with a soldering iron. I could also get a piece of duct tape, gaffer's tape. If you're flatulent gonad, you could use blue tack to just hold your stuff still, and you just tape it to the desk. Because the thing about Captain tape is not only is it totally fine with the high temperatures of a soldering iron, it's completely okay with this temperature. I could sit here with solder on top of it all day and it wouldn't hurt the tape itself. But it also comes up clean. Yeah, don't use painter's tape. I've used painter's tape before, but that stuff does collapse at any... Painter's tape, when you heat it up, leaves a residue behind. That's like the opposite of what you want to have happen with painter's tape. No, Captain tape is wonderful because we use it in all kinds of scenarios. I use it sometimes to insulate like pins that I'm soldering. I've used it to put surface mount parts down on through-hole boards. It is an incredibly versatile tape, so you should, by all means, have some of this around. It is too useful not to have. But you don't necessarily need to use a high-temperature tape to do what I'm doing right now. I'm using it because I have it, it's out, and it's very easy to just throw down a piece of Captain and hold the thing you're soldering still. Obviously, it is wasteful. Captain tape is not necessarily cheap. It's not expensive either. So you don't want to do that all the time. I did it simply so that my Captain was a tax write-off. No, I did it so that I could just show that that's one way of accomplishing the... this thing is so hot. One way of accomplishing soldering stuff. Now, the one that I would typically use over anything else is use my miniature vise to hold on to the thing. Would you say that you are still a little bit toasty? Are you toasty? You're still toasty. This is because I had to solder to a ground plane. I have a 300-watt soldering iron. That's what allows me to do stuff like that. What? Watt. Now, these typically follow the voltage regulator pinout, so yeah. Oh no, there's two grounds on this one. So in, ground, ground, out. So I need to take my in, I need to move it over just a little bit. Now this thing will be way too much current. It can do way more than what we need it to do, but it won't blow up at 24 volts like its predecessor. Let me move this over one pin. I can't believe I completely lunched a freaking $20 voltage regulator. I'm not happy about that. It just folded immediately. Okay, so that's that regulator. We haven't hooked this thing up to the fan yet. Sorry, to the pins. I guess I'll just solder them through this connector. Might as well, because this is just a test. I'll redo the wiring. I'll wire it directly for anything following. Now I'm going to use the vise, even though this would have been the better one to tape, because this one's got the edges there. This one boasts an RGB LED, but I don't know what you would do with it. I don't know if you can have like the LED be an indicator or anything. We'll try it with default settings and see what this does. It's probably going to start rolling the car forward immediately. For that price, it should have, yeah, it should have some ability to like shunt itself or to like go into high Z mode. It boasts all kinds of protections, and yet when the chips are down, it immediately just blows up. I guess Well, no, there should be something it'll be like, too many volts, I'm turning off at that price. The chips have all kinds of internal protections. You'd think like a FET on the input would be principal among them. I guess they couldn't get a jumper. There's this giant wire going out to this pad. They couldn't route their circuit board. They were making it too small. For that price, this thing should have done my homework. Fingers getting close to iron. Fingers getting close to iron. Oh, jeez. This will get resoldered, so I'm just doing this. Oh, you know, that was a bad idea, because now there's this big mound of stuff. Never mind, we'll just do wires. Wires to board. There was no need for me to desolder. I don't really like that motor controller, if you didn't notice. Okay, I'm just to get a test done here. Rapid unplanned disassembly mode. No. Nothing will explode. Never. It would have been nice if it was a little bit more dramatic about the overvoltage. You know, if you're gonna die, go out with like a huge explosion for me, please, because that's much more exciting on an electronic stream if something blows up. This thing is, the iron's barely keeping up with this amount of solder. That's why I'm kind of struggling here. Which one's next? It's red. The varying colors on this thing. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm getting my tweezers. Why is this so difficult today? I'm not even doing anything that complicated. It's like just solder a wire to this wire. And I'm like, I can't do it. I'm all thumbs. I would have to get, I guess, an RC car controller in order to get the proper like reverse function and the braking that I would want, all those little features. But this controller is high current and it's so small that I think it would be fun to have on the RC car. And so we'll try it. But I'll also have to check out this other one that I have and just see if this one's better. It's a lot larger, which makes it a different consideration for this small car. I just don't know what it is. I think S1, and it's not S1C22 because that's switch 1 and capacitor number 22. It's not what this is. I think this is just a generic Amazon buy. They didn't have enough pride in their product to even put its name on here, but it is very densely built. I just don't know what it is. XP3 XR2 or XR3 and XR2. No, I don't think that's what it is. No, not a lot of markings on this though. XC3. Yeah, no, it's definitely marking. 2140 is like, that's a circuit board. That's like a common circuit board marking. So yeah, I don't know what this is. I'm gonna have to look at my order history or something. Hopefully I didn't get it on eBay. All right, so for better or for worse, these are, no, actually for worse, hold on. That one is not well soldered. The yellow one on the end is not well soldered. I gotta get my tweezers, my iron. Well, no, I want to find out what it is so I know if I can reprogram it or not. I don't know if it's a 32-bit. I don't know. But it should, I think it should be an RC car controller, so it might have the features that I want. In which case, I won't use the drone controller for that. Drone controller is perfectly fine for the fan, but... Okay, drone controller, and then I want a JST on this for the throttle. We won't worry about reprogramming it yet, although I will later, but I can plug in through like just a jumper to a JST. So let's get this thing stripped a little bit more, and then I'll get a JST connector. There we go. It's a very thin wire. Very, very thin wire. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the JST to go to that. Let's just get one out and figure it out. So I have a kit of JST connectors, or I have, I think, a bunch of them in one of these bins. One of these surface mount stuff bins over here. All the way to the bottom of this. What I should have is my brother's kid here. So he would love this stuff. Get him addicted nice and early to that RC car stuff. All right, hopefully this one does it. I got a lot of these. These are good if you need like a jumper to something, right? Looks like a battery balancer board. No, it's definitely an RC controller because I bought it. I don't remember when I bought it, but it's in the bin with all the other RC stuff. So I do have some ESC balancer boards though. They do look very similar. I got a bunch of battery stuff squirreled away, but I haven't done a lot of stuff with batteries lately. I mean, it's pretty much just RC stuff that would involve batteries. The trick with this is going to be getting it to clamp properly, as in the length of the thing that I'm putting into it needs to be calibrated just right so that I don't destroy this. It's gonna fail. What's up, Blue Screwy? How you doing? Did I do it? It's gripping the wire. That's actually pretty good. Hey, I accomplished something. Now, if I can find the DuPont kit, I should have a 3-pin RC. Actually, wait, I know where there's a 3-pin RC thing. I know exactly where there is. Yeah, you got what I'm looking for. That's right. These right here. I guess I don't, well, I could have stolen the wire, but I guess what I'll do is I'll just take one of the housings. Forgot to renew my Prime sub. Oh my God, yeah, that happens. That happens. You guys, like the modular storage container, yeah, they're Wentai bins. If you just search like surface mount storage bin, there's all kinds of them, mostly on AliExpress. There's a couple on Amazon, but not as many as you think. But they're really great because you can put things together by category, and then I can search through basically all of my surface mount stuff. If you drop one on the floor, it will jettison its entire contents. So be warned. Oh, it's a different style. This is the kind that, well, that'll still click in here. Hopefully it'll protect the thing a little bit. So the Prime subs do not auto-renew, and it's a thing, if you forget, it's not the end of the world, but the people who do continue their Prime subs are very kind to do so, because I know that there's no system in it auto-renewing. It won't do that, so you guys are actually attentive and re-upping your subs. Pulled it straight out of the ether. I had it out earlier. It was sitting at the top of this bin. I knew where it was. And I also got one of those organizers up here, so everything has a nice little spot to rest in. I can keep it all nice and organized, and it takes up probably a little less space than the pile of parts that were up there. It was just a pile of stuff. Now it's an organized pile of dusty stuff. That shouldn't overhang. I need to, oh, I can't. Okay, never mind. All right, so now I can plug this into the throttle channel, but I don't want to just do that right away, because as it thinks it's a drone, it will begin by going completely apeshit in reverse. I just want to see if it's able to control the, oh yeah, I'll use that on D3 here. So that's our programming interface. And if I plug this in instead of this one, oh yeah, that doesn't have a, you guys know about Hava? Have a nice day. Law got him. So that'll be plugged into the throttle channel. I'm kind of like cleaning stuff up. Blue Screwy, you found the button. You pushed the button. Congrats. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for continued support of this channel and others like it. We got like Major League holiday bonuses going around here on Twitch. So your subs, I think, do more. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know what's going on. I'm not popular enough for these big promotions. I'm just swimming in motors and controllers today, aren't I? Now these are going to be kind of taxed, these power pins. And we're going to do this on... see, the thing is, I don't know if this thing functions at 2S voltage levels. What is going on here? Okay, you guys need to unplug from there. You come with me. You're going... this is like... so one thing that I advocate people do with this kind of stuff is have a clean test setup. I think it's really important to have a clean test setup, and that way, you know, you kind of know where all your stuff is, you know what it does. You don't have a sudden avalanche, or like when something explodes, it's just like a pile of junk that gets slightly moved around. You want to have a clean test setup, and you want to double back before you even put the first power on, the power cycle to this thing, and just make sure that your workspace is organized and you can find stuff in time to perhaps save your electronics before they completely are conflagrated into dust. I had to coerce my phone to meet. Why are you looking at meat on your phone? Shouldn't do that. You're in a public space. All right, things are away. This is just going to live over there for now. The blower we know works and didn't need all that much adjusting either. Here are plugs and stuff in relation to other... I think that's for DOS Micro stuff, but I'm not sure. And I don't know if this is DOS Micro. We'll look this up in a minute. I'll just put that there for now. We've still got like synthesizer stuff over here. I got to get back into analog mode and get those VCOs to work. I just ordered a bunch of parts on the prompting of Speedy in relation to building a little sequencer, a little copycat sequencer. There's nothing for me to grip underneath this thing, huh? I'll run it like this, but it's like the throttle action is going to make it unstable and it'll like tilt all over the place. So as usual, are we going to be pushing? We'll push huge amounts of current through my breadboard here, and I guess I'll just solder pins onto this thing. All day with the barking with this dog. She is a corgi, that's for sure. Want to heat up my whole breadboard, I could do it. We don't have a lot of lead length on these either, so it's a little bit risky. It's 24 volts, 6 amps on that power supply, okay. Why didn't that, like, didn't solder at all? What the heck? I'm gonna add solder to this to open it up a little bit. I hope this thing performs at 2S. But I actually don't think it will. Started beeping at me at 6 volts, but that was with the voltage regulator exploding at the same time. All right, now I know that those will solder. Let's get those soldered onto here. These out of the way. I gotta watch holding this iron so close to the scope. I really don't want to... I don't want to blow up my scope already, because the soldering iron will bore into plastics if I'm not careful. And I casually hold the iron like this as a freaking cigarette. So I'm just going to right into my scope. And I don't have the heart for that right now. Okay, so power and ground. My melted power lead. You gotta have the melted power lead, the melted alligator clip. It's just part of the charm of a workshop. Let's get an actual like marked black wire for ground so I don't accidentally mix these up again. Color coding is important. put these right next to each other. Okay, so there's our 24 volts. There's our ground. We have a voltage regulator that's going to tolerate it. This thing is configured for drone, so when it turns on, it's going to do some checks, and then it's just going to go absolutely psycho. But it is plugged in to the controller here. So let's just see what this is capable of. 3, 2, 1, power. Ooh, I got a boop, boop, boop on that. Okay, nothing is happening. Nothing's blowing up, but also nothing's happening. Is this thing connected? It is powered. This is connected. I mean, even the steering servo isn't doing anything. So, powered off. 23.98 volts. Oh, we weren't connected to power. Yikes. That means 24 volts went to the enable pin, but luckily this thing is not that much of a drama queen that it would let out smoke and fire if, because that in, what is it, enable pin, probably shouldn't have been taken to 24 volts. I don't know if it's tolerant to that. All right, power back on. Boop. Oh, and then I need to power this on. Did I blow up another very expensive voltage regulator? That appears to be getting warm. 200 milliamps. Okay, turning it off. I heard a snap. Uh-oh. I think I just blew up another voltage regulator. I'm not responsible enough for these things. Tell us where it hurts. That's looking a little toasty over there. What did I do? I have 24 volts going to in, ground going to ground, and out going to out. So why is it so warm? Why are you so warm? What's going on here? That thing's plugged in properly. This thing's plugged in properly. I have no voltage going to the wrong places. This thing should be 5 volts. I have a 5 written on it, don't I? I had a 5 written. Did I put the wrong one in? Is this one actually more than 5 volts? Did I accidentally 12 volt? That's a 5. Is that a 5? Looks like a 5. Why would the big boy be 5? It was 12 to 5 volts, and then... Well, let's double check what the voltage output on this thing is. I might have just blown up the radio, in which case I have more, but... I has more. So we do this, and then I take the multimeter, which is currently around the corner here, around the bend. Jeez, powerful magnet on this thing. All that cleanup. Red wire was super hot. Well, I mean, you can see the motor controller is still super hot. Minus, plus, those are there. Put this thing into voltage mode. Now I'm going to measure the output on the voltage regulator. From minus to plus. Turn this thing on. That is 5 volts. Why was you getting so hot? This thing is like totally normal. All the connections are there. It bloops when it starts up at 24 volts, but my servo wasn't moving. And my motor controller wasn't getting a... I need to route that better. This is getting stupid. Get it to the right plugs here. The DOS stuff doesn't have the same plugs that this one does, though. It doesn't have such large plugs. So by all means, if I hook the 5 volts up to the 5 volts, this thing should work perfectly fine. 5 volts there. 5 volts there. Why is that getting so hot? Hold up. What's going on here? Contacts shorted? No. Ground is out there. Power is here. That goes over to this. This thing is totally sealed, albeit a little bit warm. But that is plus minus, and then signal in front. There's no signal going in there, but it is plus and minus is going to the right stuff. Why are you getting hot? Did something inside the radio break? Does the LED still come on? It does not. Why did this thing decide to explode? Is my servo killing it? Well, this radio's dead. What the hell happened? RX or servos internally? Yeah, I think it's the receiver. All right, let's take a look inside of this thing and see what blew up and if we can repair this. Although I have more of these. I bought 2 of these radios. It was like 25 bucks for the radio. So I bought 2 of them because one of them has foam on the steering wheel. This one has rubber. And so I took the rubber off of one and put it on the other. Also, this one's orange. So I really wanted to get this one. People do all kinds of mods to these radios too. Is it the right flavor of plus? Yeah, we tested. We put it on the multimeter, and this is outputting 5 volts. And I made sure that it was. So that's outputting 5 volts. It's not getting too warm. It's getting a little warm. A little warm, but things shouldn't be hot in this setup. And then we've got 5 volts going over to there. This is what stopped working. So let's see what happened here. I think maybe if I accidentally overvoltaged it, it's exacting its revenge upon my family and me. It's having the last word. I don't think I've looked inside of one of these yet. This is, I mean, listen, you guys are watching this show. You should know that all these things are extended exercises in yak shaving. We are some of the best yak shavists out there now as a result, but we get very easily distracted from the main project and things blowing up. Yeah, I know, like, why did that happen? Maybe when the other voltage regulator bit the big weenie in the sky, it slipped through too much current and damaged this one. Yeah, our yaks are the hairlessest of them all. No village will compete with us for our hairless yaks. We got them all. Every last one. There's a big sticker on that. Oh, look at that. You can get to the crystals that way. Huh. Well, they're not in sockets, so. Why would this thing have a crystal? Crazy. I mean, I know why. It's just why would it have a 16? That's a 16 and an 8 megahertz crystal. Those are useful. Who hurt you? I didn't know there's a button on this thing. There's like corrosion on the contacts. Those go directly into this stuff. I have a feeling it was an overcurrent situation, and now let's check ohms between these two. Maybe a capacitor failed in such a way. I invested in a special potato peeler for my yak refurbishment. We have the smoothest yaks here. No one can compete. Okay, so let's see. So these are signal, and that one's not even connected. But then these are power and ground. And they should have way more ohms than 2 in between them. 2 ohms? What kind of a product? I can't trust anybody to build something that won't explode. I am incensed. This is obnoxious. Can I just get some safety protection on my inputs in my RC products? RC products get beaten to absolute hell. They're driven in the wet and the cold. People are plugging stuff in every which way. You would think there would be just a little bit of mitigation for reverse current and those sorts of things, but no, we don't get that kind of a luxury treatment from our electronics. So what's going on here? This component right here goes between power and ground. I don't think this would be the 2 ohms. But it does look, it looks like a ferrite bead, even though it's not supposed to be a ferrite bead. But our positive goes up into other stuff. It looks like it just kind of occupies that area. What is that doing? I guess that's ground. So that through that pin is ground. And then it goes up and into this guy. Is that like a diode in there? Oh, there's like a little resistor at the bottom of that, of the glop of stuff. Ugh, it's all weird looking. Oh, let's see here. So if this is the voltage, well, this is sitting on top of that thing. So that's probably part of the voltage regulation. Like a buck boost. These are probably what's wrong, but I'm going to remove this part and we'll just see if it still heats up. Because, I mean, I don't know. What if I accidentally fix it? You need to actually add solder to this in order to be able to do anything. Those receivers have a voltage monitor that would send data back to the radio, except it would send the regulated 5-volt voltage, so you had to open them up, cut traces, and add jumpers to get it monitoring the real battery voltage. That's cool. I don't know if this one does, I don't know what the DOS Micro one does either. I don't think it does battery voltage telemetry, but that would be, it's all cool information to have. Telemetry is so awesome these days. I never had that with the RC car. You just raced it around and we're like, oh, now it's dead. I don't see a shunt resistor on this, so I don't think this thing can measure voltages. We're just checking to see if this particular component is the one that betrayed us. I could potentially like just power this on and see if this heats up. See what heats up first. Oh, we're on the bottom layer, which means it's glued down. So to apply heat, and then I have to apply force. There it goes. Okay, so with that thing moved out of the way, let's see if it heats up now. This protocol doesn't do it? Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, for some reason our radio blew up, and mostly it's because the voltage regulator that I put in the system here for our sort of temporary voltage regulator couldn't take 24 volts. It can take 22 and not 24. And so I think it died and it sent way too much current into our radio, which then promptly exploded. Well, it didn't explode. Nothing has the common decency to frickin' explode anymore. I'm so sick of it. You know, if your electronics are gonna fail, explode. Do me a favor. Give me some content. Blow up. I'm gonna let this cool off for just a second. So Short Lurker, we plugged the fan into this regulator over here, and it was dead silent. Yeah, I've been running things at 24 volts just because the 3S, or I guess is that 4S? 3 times 4. Yeah, the caps might. 3 is 11.1. Yeah, we've been running it at like 6S. 24 volts because of the 3D printer. So I guess I can tune this down a little bit. We'll go down to 12. The 3D printer is 24 volts, and it takes very little current to make that fan go absolutely psycho, which is great. So the 3D printer is going to almost naturally, it's almost natively going to get that motor controller. I don't really have to adjust anything. It works perfectly. It's just I need to make sure that, you know, you turn on the 3D printer, this thing's going to do its little song and dance, and then wait for a PWM signal. And apparently Speedy Cat was the one that looked this up. In Clipper, you can just change the frequency to 24 kilohertz. Not only that, but yeah, the CPAP fan is like a home run. And I actually looked it up. There was a Facebook group that was having a similar discussion. What I could also do is I can change the frequency here to a different range from 24 kilohertz. But I think I'd rather do it in Clipper. No, it doesn't. I don't need to boop it to keep it moving. Because I can put the brake on it and everything, and that way it'll ramp up and then stop almost immediately, and so I can really control on the printer where I'm applying airflow. It's going to be really cool with minimal amount of programming into the thing. I don't know how to min-max the programming yet, but, you know, in time. All right, is this thing cool enough for us to diagnose what the hell is wrong with it? Let's just see what heats up first. Whoa, buddy. Okay, that would be the coil going absolutely psycho and heating up both sides of the board. So that component that I removed was absolutely not part of the problem. It was this coil right here. Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It saw 24 volts, and that kind of, I think it scrambled the regulator's brains. So this thing is probably, this is actually probably what's dead, and this is heating up as a result of it. Unless it's the diode that blew up. But I got multiples of these things, so we just need to get another one. What's all this stuff? Oh, it's all, look at that, identification numbers. Boy, it would be nice if we could find some of those on the other regulator. Because the reason that I keep coming back to this one is because this is more than likely to have a voltage regulator on it that will be able to send power back for the electronics. That's probably what some of these pins are. You have 6 now? Oh my God, I think I have 2. Yeah, they're very cheap, but they got a lot of good electronics on it, though. There's an 8 megahertz and a 16 megahertz crystal on that thing. Those are relatively hard to find around here. I might have to desolder them from that. All right, let's get another regulator. So onto the dustiest bin in existence. Oh, nasty. Nasty. I'm running out of receivers. I think the other ones that I have are DOS receivers, so they're much smaller circuit boards. So this one, drop that down here. What's this? Oh, it's a, I think this is an altimeter. Huh. What are you? Oh no, this is the altimeter. I don't know what that other one is. This one is a regulator. 5 to 23 volts. The output's 3 amps, though. 3 amps is a little bit much. BEC is safer than a janky regulator. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I've lost a few myself. That's true. You can lose stuff in this hobby. One of the main goals for the RC car is that when I take a turn too fast and it decides to go completely horizontal and flip, like in that Irish commercial where it flips and it runs over like a picnic of children, that's what the car is going to do. And so I want to make sure that all my little grippable things like wires are packed in and don't flip the hell out. Yeah. Well, 3 amps is not... What does this thing draw? I don't even know. These are these really nice servos, the KST X60N. I have some that have the wings and some that don't. I spent some money on servos. I wanted to have nice servo in my miniature RC car. Browning out your receiver. Some of those servos are so cool. I have one micro miniature servo, and you can literally use like a bunch of cardboard and make like a paper airplane and fly it around. It's incredible. The scale at which we can do stuff now. Okay, so now we know that there's going to be 5 volts no matter what on this line, just because this regulator is a serious boy. We had a less serious boy that was still pretty expensive on it. Now we've got the one from the RC car controller. It's going to make 5 volts no matter what. I could go up to 50 volts on the input of this thing. So just as a quick test, turn it on. We're at 11.98 volts. No traces are heating up. Turn this thing on. I think I missed my window to connect. Well, anyway. All right, so that's not currently blowing up. I would love to do a little bit of RC airplane stuff with those like sub-miniature things. You could just like tape it on. So cool. I'm going to flip this around. That's actually a better orientation for that. And then our channel 3 is the top one, and this one goes on the mid channel, making sure that my signal pin is all the way in this way. And then just for fun, I'm going to put the steering servo on the steering wheel. And that is probably going to immediately spin up. So this is going to get crazy. People sell giant caps for dollars to stop brownouts when you can buy it for cents. You can put, I mean, have they done those, what are those called? Those permanent caps? Oh my God, it's singing a song at me. So that works, but it's not. Did I just see smoke? Whoa! Holy shit! Okay, so it apparently works, and it flips the wheels off. I don't have reverse yet. And this is what I wanted: slow speed. I wanted all the low speed stuff. Oh my God. Well, there goes that wheel. Hold on, let me go find the rubber. I didn't glue these on yet. Holy shit. So this thing's like a bat out of hell. I don't even need to adjust this. Mine sings like that sometimes. I think it might have been like the, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so without the radio connected, it goes like to full throttle. I'm gonna go ahead and need to fix that. We're gonna have to program that out. But before we program it out, we can attach all the electronics on here. Because I mean, this is like, I give up reverse. Like I can't, under the BL heli, I can't have this be brake. I can have idle be brake, or I can have a minimum throttle above this. And if I go like that, because I can set glide to the center position, and I can set brake to be below that, but I can't set double tap for reverse. And I want reverse because I'm not good at driving. I run into stuff. 1,000,000 scale horsepower. It really is. Like, that was incredible. And I wasn't even full throttling it. I was being gentle. Yeah, it's too bad I can't do the double tap reverse thing. I'm gonna look this thing up and see if I can find it on my Amazon history right now. And then we'll take the top bar off and start designing the electronics for everything else. It sucks that this can't do, because the cool thing about this setup is that this regulator is able to fit right here under the bar and not hit the drive shaft. There's plenty of room under there. So I could put this slung under, and then with all the DOS Micro stuff, it'll be little tiny modules attached to the side, to this bar. And so they'll all be protected. They'll be inboard and protected. This might get a little warm, but I mean, it didn't struggle to do. My other question is, can it go down to 2S, actually, before we even move on to there? Where do we find? We found like a more comprehensive listing for this motor controller. And the cool thing was, I got 4 of them for 15 bucks. Crazy. 3 to 6 cell. See, all of my lithium ion batteries that I have are 2S. What is can I get a small 3S? I don't know what the dimensions are. Those might actually be really big. It's impossible to tell. Everything is just a rectangle, but I need it to be an absolutely tiny battery to fit into this thing. These look like serious, because I know the size of the connectors. So these are actually pretty big. I put 124 in there, but okay, so what is the dimension here? Yeah, it's like a miniature helicopter battery. Let's see. What are my dimensions? Because I don't want to have to buy new batteries, but I think I probably do with these. Where do my calipers go? They're behind me. Probably have to buy new batteries. Did you not play with motor direction? Yes, so I can go forwards and backwards, yeah, but I can't do braking. The only braking that they allow for, where did that go? Where'd BL Heli go? Because it's like brake on stop, 100% off, right? I guess I could probably, no, it's only that. Acceleration maximum, motor timing, et cetera, demag compensation, which is a weird one. Can I turn that off? Yes, I can. Bidirectional 3D. So this is motor direction, normal, reversed, bidirectional 3D, bidirectional 3D with reverse, bidirectional soft, reverse. I don't know what all those settings are. And actually the BL Heli manual we have open, I believe. And they barely go over, the reverse things. Bacon strength. Set bacon strength to maple. Where is this? Low RPM, low voltage, current protection, brake on stop. Brake on stop can be set between 1% and 100% are disabled. When not disabled, the given brake force will be applied when the throttle is 0. For non-zero throttle, the setting has no effect. This feature is primarily intended for fixed-wing craft with folding props. See, I want the vehicle version of it. Arming sequence. I don't want it to do that even, because because if you build up speed, I'll want to like, but then if I go into reverse, it'll break. I don't know what that means. Well, maybe I could have it so that idle is idle, and then just a little bit of reverse goes into braking. Yeah, that's what they do, yeah. It's perfect for crawler RC people, so they never thought about RC cars. Ah. Oh my God, it's giving you the do-do-do, do do or deet 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 deet. If throttle is above mid-stick for 3 seconds, when throttle is above mid-stick, oh my God. Non-activated ESC, activation failed. Jeez. Okay, we're looking at reverse behavior, and they didn't put a lot in here about that. Motor timing? No. Ramp up power. Where is that? Damn it. Control F reverse. That didn't work. Demag. Motor direction. Look at that. It's like the smallest paragraph. Motor direction can be set forward, reverse, bidirectional, bidirectional, reverse. In bidirectional modes, center throttle. What is 3D? Do I have like a little about? No. Let's open up the operation manual that they link to. It's the same one. Oh, there's more. Okay, there are 2 bidirectional modes from Rev 32. Bidirectional 3D and bidirectional soft. The 3D mode applies more power when reversing direction and also limits minimum throttle to 6%. The soft mode applies less power when reversing and does not limit minimum throttle. What does that even mean? Hold on a minute. What does that even mean? 3D mode applies more power when reversing direction and also limits minimum throttle to 6%. So that's like a slow reverse, which I would like, because having maximum reverse throttle is a nightmare. It's absolutely psychotic. Soft mode applies less power when reversing and does not limit the minimum throttle. So I think I want 3D reverse, but I'll deal with that when we put it all together. Let me get my calipers here. I want to see about the number of cells in the battery. I would love for this thing to function at 2S, but I don't think it does. We've been giving it 3S amounts of power. Finally found my config. 3D is to use. Oh, he hit enter too early. Limits the minimum throttle. Oh, yeah, okay, so I don't want that. I want to limit the maximum reverse throttle to like nothing. Reverse is only good for getting out of a situation. So that keeps it in the air. I see, I see. Yeah, why would you reverse in an airplane? Okay, what are my dimensions? Something like 47. Is that 47 or is that 50? You gotta ask yourself. Did you count 47 or did you count 50 millimeters? It's like 46 millimeter. I guess I could have gotten the 3D model out too to do that. So 3S lipo 45 millimeter. That's looking, well, those plugs are, is that XT60? Yeah, there's all kinds of settings. What did I... Got a beard hair. I'm not seeing any, like, I'd have to figure out what the search terms are. Okay, let me find that the other ESC. I'm gonna take a look at what I bought because I think I got it on Amazon. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna search through my orders, which you guys aren't allowed to see because there's addresses all over this stuff. You get to see all the sex toys that I'm constantly ordering, and they're very artistic. I would tell you that they are very artistic. They're beautifully drawn, but I can't show them anymore. So let's see. ESC, enter. Absolutely not. Controller. Ooh, there's all kinds of weird stuff, but nothing that looks like. There's the radio that I bought, so it definitely was after that. Fly ski. How much did I spend on that thing? Oh, nobody's selling it anymore. The orange one is like 50 bucks. Huh. There's all my wooden switch stuff. I do not see. What else would it be called? RC. Just throw RC in there and see what comes out of the other end. There's the motors. There's the DOS Micro. It's likely that I did buy it on Amazon if I'm buying all the other RC car stuff from them. Those are parts, parts, parts. There's the camera that Louis convinced me to buy. Try page 3 here and see what we get. There's another one of those. Those are all the initial stuff. This is something that I ordered later, though. It might have been so far unlisted that it's not even showing, like, yeah, I don't know. That's when I bought the motors. You would think I would have bought the controller with the motors. So let's look at an ESC, I guess. This animated, like, top bar of Amazon is so distracting. ESC. I don't think I just like typed in ESC, but I definitely, was there an outer cover for this thing? No. Did I add 1 to 24 on it too? I don't think I did. These are the ones for like the other, and yeah, purchased December 2020. And now we're into books. Okay. 3-phase speed controller. RC. Is it a DOS Micro? How do you know these things so easily? Oh, no, that's not. I have this, yes. I have the gyro board, but that's not. No, that's getting closer, though. None of these quite look like. Well, let's look at it off the site. DOS Micro V3. Shorty is on the same page as me. It's just that there's broadcast delay. Okay, so this is the DOS Micro V3. So this is the one that I probably should use. Micro sensorless ESC designed for brushless motor. It could be used for 128, 124, 180, blah, blah, blah. So this is a micro sensorless ESC, specially designed for RC. Continuous current 18, burst current 48. This other one says that it might be a little bit more current, but the DOS Micro might go down to the power that I want. Where did that go? I had the whole thing with all the specs. Oh yeah, it's all the way over here. This one is 3 to 6 cell. 3 to 6 cell. Continuous current, though, is 40 amps out of this thing. And with the DOS, it's 18. But that motor, at least at 12 volts, was only drawing like an amp and a half. But this one goes down to what? And it has a BEC. Okay, well, that seals the deal, huh? 2S LiPo. So let's test this one out, I guess. The radio's smaller than the board. Look at the size of this thing. It's so small. It is so small. You just want to use DOS Micro for the onboard BEC and more car stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, I mean, this is fun. It would be nice to use. If I'm going to use the DOS Micro, it's going to live right here. So I'll probably tape it. I'll use the VHB tape. I was going to try to design something that would clip around the controller, but I think just putting it in like this with the connector facing this way is probably the best I can do. What people do with the 1/24 cars is they stack everything on top here. And so they've got this big stack of electronics sitting up at the top. I wanted to avoid that. I want to keep all my electronics kind of tucked in over here. And then I do still want to use this switch. So dropping down to 2S is probably the best bet. So if we're going to do that, I guess I need to connect all this stuff. Ground 5-volt signal. Oh, okay, that's pretty simple. Now is there an extensive amount of configuration that you can do to this? Unfortunately, no. I don't think there is. Oh my God. Even their text is tiny. So 4, 2, 5 volt, 3 amps, sensorless, brushless, continuous current, 18 amps, RC and truck with excellent starting up and acceleration and linearity features. I was wondering if this one would do well with a fan, but we don't need all those extra things. So begin to use new ESC. Connect the ESC, motor, receiver, battery, and servo according to the following diagram. Blah, 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 blah. All right, so let's get this hooked up, I guess. Oh, I see, yeah. Beep, beep. Throttle range setting. LED status, normal running. I think I bought this because of all this stuff. I think that's why I purchased it. I have a feeling they have an even smaller one now, right? 5 amp. Yeah. This one's pretty big. I think it was like current, like it was nice and modern, but it seems like they do have some that'll go even lower. Or it would be even smaller and do more, but let's use this one because we have it. I've had this sitting in a bin for like a year, so I need motor wire. Let's get some motor wire over here. Now the motors, the wires weren't getting hot, were they? Because we were running this thing at a pretty incredible speed, but we're going to run it at 2S, so it's going to be a little bit less capable. I don't know if those motor wires are going to heat up. Do I need thick ones? Big thick wires? Big thick wires. Let me get some tiny but mid-range wires. And then I need to find all of the connecty stuff, like the stuff that goes into that plug. The connecty stuff, and we can actually just install it on the car because I'm pretty confident that it'll work. We need to find my radio, the DOS Micro radio. I think that one board over there was the gyro. The radio is going to be somewhere in the RC car bin. Wait, that one popped off. What the hell? All right, take down test setup. You are no longer needed. Test and programming setup. Yeah, so the $14 in little motor controllers works out for the 3D printer. The 3D printed. I can't even talk anymore. I'm going to have to make a frame that holds this and possibly a little air filter on it, which would be cute. But I'm going to have to make a frame that holds this and uses its little shock mounts. And then I can also make a place that this clips into. So it'll get 24 volts and PWM, and it won't totally explode. And then it'll sit on a base that'll go onto the frame rail. So I'll bolt that into the frame rail, and then it's just a matter of like duct taping a CPAP hose to the end of this. I don't think I have any of the accoutrements to take this all the way out to the CPAP hose, but I'll need basically a frame that'll grip the thing and allow this whole thing to kind of buzz around. And then from there, it's just a matter, I don't even think I'll need to tune this. I think I can just plug it in stock and it'll function properly. I took my final exam for my ECE degree. I spent countless hours procrastinating, watching your streams instead of doing homework. Thanks for everything. Hey, you procrastinators out there, thank you for giving me your time. Where are all my wires? What? Well, congratulations, and I hope you pass everything with flying colors. That after exam feeling is always the weird one. Many years in the future, I can tell you as a certified old man that you will be having, even in your 40s, you will have the dream. And the dream is that at least for me, the dream is that you've enrolled in a class and you're coming up on one of the big exams and you've done absolutely no preparation at all and you don't know what's going on. You will have that dream for many, many years. I had it the other day. I thought I had enrolled in a class and I hadn't done any of the homework and I had a test coming up and I didn't even know where the room was. It is a shared dream that we all have. They suck. It's terrible. All right, I'm going to go get the RC car bin. Why does everybody have that dream? Shared trauma. We all had the same style trauma. It's very clear, with very clear results. Oh my God, look at all this stuff. I forgot about the RC car bin. Oh my God. I have all this cool stuff, including a Mario Kart home circuit frame. Well, I had the reality of actually sleeping through an exam. I slept through the exam and it was all nice and snowy out. And I woke up and I went, so I ran out the door straight to the exam room because it was like a big exam. And I was like, I got diabetes. And they're like, okay. And they let me retake it. The fools, they let me retake it. This is the radio. Yeah, we had a lot of really cool setups here. So here's the radio. A lot of cool setups because I programmed my own ESC for this project and then decided to abandon it. This motor right here. Oh God, it's all rusty. Weird. This motor right here, the Plasma Dash in whatever licorice flavor this is. This thing is banned in competitions. How cool is that? The legend. This one, Short Lurker was able to build his version of, and it's probably a lot better than mine. But this drive shaft we were going to use in the Mario Kart home circuit. It's pretty good, actually. I should probably get this one working eventually. Now that I've gone to 3-phase, I don't know if this will... Oh yeah, that was my special adjustment sliding thing I'd have to redesign. But the whole thing was with the RC cars, I was going to keep to the fixed motor, the DC motor, and I was going to put it in the Mario Kart home circuit in order to cheat really, really well. Have a differential and have, everything else working on it. It would just have a really good motor and a differential, and then it would be like the ultimate kart. And so we made our own circuit board for the motor control, and I designed the whole motor controller. And then it turns out the MOSFETs that we used weren't good enough. They did not allow for this thing to go fast or at all or whatever. This thing is from a friend's drone. I emptied out the drone bin. Oh, look, and another giant battery that's going to burn down my house. I have almost a second one of these WL Toys cars in parts now. I could probably build up. Oh yeah, here's the camera that Louis convinced me to buy. So at some point I can figure out how to put the camera like up and behind so that you can see the front of the car, or put it like there. That would be a limited view. It'd have to be like up a little bit. That motocross reminds me of what happens with unsealed metal when skin oil gets them for an extended period. It actually reminds me more of the crust that you get on a battery, like when you leave a battery in something for a year. Here's the camera for the Mario Kart home circuit. And the main board, which is essentially a Raspberry Pi, or at least it was a Raspberry Pi during their testing phase. We learned a lot. Learned a lot about burnout, too. So I'm, at this point in this project, I'm just trying to get an RC car out of this, out of all the effort, all the wasted effort. We did our best. Put it in the car so you can do a first-person view. Yeah, that's what you do. Dog POV. This giant corgi chasing it around. All right, so let's figure this out. We got to put our radio's almost nothing. Our gyro's this cute little circuit board that ran away. Where'd it go? Where'd you go, gyro? One of the things about that circuit board that I showed you guys was that it routed all of those signal lines to where they needed to go. And it decluttered the wiring mess that often accompanies RC cars. This, unfortunately, is going to be a wiring mess. We need to get, here it is. We need to get all our connectors and stuff together. I want that third button to be the, what do you call it? To activate the gyro, so I can activate and deactivate it. I'm going to get this out of the way. So we got to figure out where all the hardware is going to live, and then I got to wire around it. Here's more DOS Micro, and then this gets sort of directly soldered, but everything is about the same size. It would be nice if I could get 3D models of these. I think, I made 3D models of these two. So if I did that, then I could get them all in the same spot. I don't know if they'll fit politely, though. That's a thought. But then this thing is going to get hot, so I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want to stack them all on top of each other. I think I can do these guys underneath, taped to the underside of that bar, and then have this one has to stick out of the end. But I might... Oh, I can't really desolder that, can I? Do I have to get to that button ever? Where's the LED? 2 LEDs right there. So yeah, that'll have to be like that. This is really kind of pushing it. No, that connector's right up against the drive shaft. Okay, well, let's start taking a look here. And what did they give me with this? I've got, in true DOS Micro fashion, 0, 1, and 3. I don't know which one is throttle on this setup. And then from there, it would go to the radio. So I'd need another one of those plugs. Do I have one? I don't think I do. Maybe it's in the bin. My lunch was chicken nuggets with ranch to dip them in because I was feeling lazy. It is a bit of a lazy lunch, but sometimes you need that. I did, mine was similarly lazy. I did the thing where you take a bowl, you spray it with no stick spray, wipe the inside, crack a couple eggs in it, put a cover on it because the eggs will explode, and then you microwave it for 2 minutes. That will be accompanied by a couple explosions. Oops, those are all my wires. That'll be accompanied by a couple explosions, and then when you look inside of it, after 2 minutes, there's a delicious puck of egg. So I just threw that on an English muffin and called it a day. Here's another gyro where I've removed the connectors. I wonder if I should use that. Probably should. Oh, here's another one of those wires, though. Never mind. We can just use that. No soldering. Exploded eggs for lunch. Yeah, because the yolk doesn't become solid as fast as the white. When the whites become solid, they'll seal it. And so the eggs get really hot, and then they, like right when it's done cooking, it'll outgas, and it'll make a huge pop, and that'll throw egg all over the microwave if you don't put a heavy enough plate on top of the thing. DOS Micro, we need to see what that gyro is. Oops, wrong one. Oop. I actually have one of those styles, but it's this one that we're, oh, not, is that an update? Did they update it? No, this one's the update. This one's better. This one has the ability to turn it on and off with a different servo channel, which I will need to, how am I going to do that? I need 2 channels to go into that. One goes out to the motor controller. Oh, see, this one takes the 2 channel. I think this is the update, huh? Let's take a look here. From Amazon, August 2021. These are the streams that I'm uploading. No comments still. Oh, you guys can't see. I went to the wrong channel. I thought I was showing you guys my search. Sorry. What are we doing? Microwave eggs. Yeah, I'm not above microwave eggs. We had a conversation with some friends one time, and everybody was saying that they had never had microwaved eggs. Or no, not microwave, sorry, powdered eggs. Powdered eggs. Yeah, it's silicon wires. The ones that are in the kit, these are, I believe, 22? These are 26 AWG. But the ones in the DOS Micro stuff are a higher AWG. They might be up to 30. I don't know. I'm not sure. Can't instantly answer every question like that. But yeah, these friends were saying that they'd never had powder. They were like, ew, you had powdered eggs? And it's like, dude, if you've ever been to a hotel and had their breakfast, like, people don't realize when they're eating stuff like that. Here we go. So, in-out control. Ver. I guess there was more settings in the other one. It has a different connector, but signal plus minus, out in control. Yeah, or a McDonald's breakfast sandwich or a hotel. There's 1,000 different places that you can get your powdered eggs from. So instead of using all these connectors, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these and I'll make that into a pigtail, because ain't no way that I'm going to be able to wire all this stuff up. We do need this connector for the battery. And they gave me all these little runs of wires. That's cute. I guess you can make all the connectors this way and have your signals going where you want them to. But what I'm going to do is, because this thing doesn't have a connector on it, I could wire that up like as its own little unit. Why not microwaved eggs? What's so wrong with microwaved eggs? Heat is heat. Don't hold your nose up at me. We get this together, I'm going to have to see whether or not it heats up. And actually, in the process of figuring out whether or not it heats up, I should probably not have... I should put the stuff on the top of the... You know, just put the stuff here, double-sided taped, just so I can see whether or not it heats up too much. So like motor controller, oh yeah, which one's plus and minus? I don't see polarity. Ground on the outside, and then VCC just inside of it. I don't know, usually the Scandinavians in chat are the ones to hold their nose up at other culinary... I mean, these people put fish eggs and butter on everything, so... But they're always the ones to be like, I can't believe you Americans do this. So we're going to make a big bundle of wiring on top, and then if it works out, I'll pack it in and make it a little bit more compact. Or I'll give up and just leave it the way it is forever. Cooked sheep's head meta. What's that? Head cheese? Ugh. I should talk. I come from the state that made Scrapple. Oh, nothing with soldering, that's why. Bring you guys a little closer in. This is what it's all about right here, this kind of project. This is a fun way to spend your Friday afternoon. Ew. Well, whatever you guys eat, make sure there's no artistic nudity as a part of it. Geez, this is like writing a left-handed. Left-handed writers always have the weirdest hand positions. And that's sort of what I'm exercising here. I'm not a lefty. I don't write lefty. Are we gonna make hands political? I'm gonna throw some political hands. All you damn leftists with your left hands. Ow, the wire got really hot. I guess the reason that left-handed people have such a weird grip is because otherwise they will smudge what they are writing. I seem to recall that as being a thing. I need to get the big soldering iron tip because all the heat is getting sucked away by the ground plane in this case. Clothed chicken. Yeah, it doesn't need to be chilled. Powdered eggs, that is. Powdered eggs! And powders are easier than liquids. I just can't believe they didn't know that, like, a lot of the eggs that you eat have existed in powdered form. That's not even like hyperbole. Those are just facts. Because bacon and pancakes, baked beans and toast. Well, their beans are different. Their beans are less sweet. I know Gonad is content with his cheese on toast. Well, well, well. Witness the fitness. That song. All right, let's see here. Can I solder this better? Because these are like... It's heating up too much. I need tweezers on this. I know they fought all those wars and colonized all those territories just to have the bland food. They do love a good curry, though. These pads are tough to work with. There we go. Okay, so if I do wired connections to this stuff, look how small this is. It's so small. This is the radio receiver. Ultimate claggy combo. Cheese and peanut butter on toast. What the hell? That's a weird combo. I don't know if that should be legal. And then I can extract this one. I did this system of having these wires going directly down, but instead of using the connector, I can desolder that connector. I do have more of these connectors, but I can desolder it and then have it go wire to wire, and maybe I can just make a little operational cluster out of this stuff. Problem is that connector is in kind of a weird spot. I think I need to like disassemble the connector in order to get it to... Look at that. There's like no room to get to those 3 pins. There's stuff all over it. Now the best wallpaper paste is when you accidentally overcook your pea soup in a crock pot. And so you come home from an extremely long and frustrating day only to have some type of adhesive, a bright green adhesive that you have to do. Ham-scented bright green adhesive. It's not even holding on to the board. Hold on. The only way that I can get into it is from the front and with the big iron and heat up all 3 at once and then drop it out. So I plug the connector in there so I have something to pull on. Well, well, well. I don't know how popular that album was, but I can't believe that there were so many references to that. I had a very British taste in music in the early 2000s, I guess. That moved a little bit. I kind of want to add some solder, but I don't want to desolder this whole motor controller. This thing is incredibly tiny. My iron still on? Yeah. I just need to add just a little bit of solder to those pins. And I can't read chat while I'm doing it. I'm using Mark 1 eyeballs to see what I'm doing. I'll bring you guys into the fray in just a second here. I think next stream we'll do a little Fusion 360, and we will design the shroud that's going to go around the blower fan. And that'll fairly quickly integrate that thing into the 3D printer. You know, you can build house foundations out of the oatmeal you forget to rinse out of your bowl in the morning. Come back in the evening. It's true. It's true. And shredded cheese sticks to ceramic like no other material. So now I can get in here and I can actually solder this one. Ow, look how very hot. Yeah, that's a citation for the misuse of peanut butter. Yeah, I'm going to directly wire this. It's so much cleaner if I can just go from tab to tab. With little tiny pieces of wire so that all the signaling can happen. And I'll tape these two to the top of the motor regulator, motor controller. You put cheese in the toilet? I have these little ceramic bowls that I use as a toilet, actually. No, these little ceramic kitchen bowls, and every time I use the shredded Mexican cheese with those things, I need to switch to a smaller tip. If I leave it for like a millisecond, it will do some kind of an adhesion to the ceramic plate, the ceramic material. That's just insane. All right, let's see here. Do that, and then we'll get it on the overhead camera. Get it on the microscope. I could use the desoldering gun. I think the desoldering gun's too big for this stuff. Yeah, we'll do the motor stack. It'll be next to the motor, and I'll leave stuff like this unperturbed for future projects. Or if, you know, this one decides to blow up, at least I have a spare. Always have spares. Always gotta have spares. Doesn't focus even. What is this streamer? Streamer, can you even focus for just like a second? This has been kind of a less focused stream, and that's because I need it to be. I got Friday brain. I was diagnosed with that recently. Friday brain. It's gonna be tough. I gotta live through this. I'm gonna be okay, but it's definitely a Friday brain. You can only take so much sometimes. You wake up in the morning and you go, what am I going to put up with today? Yeah, these are the failed FET booster. These are supposed to make the FETs pop off really well, but they just didn't. We just didn't get any speed out of the motor as a result. I tried to make an H-bridge controller that had all the features that I wanted, because I got to program it, but it just didn't work out. Yeah, remember, this solution's only temporary, unless it works, in which case it's permanent. I don't know if that's going to really release that well. Let's see what that did. If I can lift this thing off. Oh, it's taped down. I see. Well, method number 2 is that I take the knife and I go under this and sever all of them. Ah! Those gave up. Did they rip anything up with them? No, they did not. Good, because Das Micro knows how to make stuff. They know how to make stuff. They use full vias, although they didn't do that with the radio, which is a little concerning. Ugh, this is VKB tape. It's like the best stuff to use for this kind of thing. But boy does it stick. Boy, does it stick. It does stick. Boy does it stick. All right, I guess it's okay if there's a little bit left over on that. All right, so now how do we get these things on here? Well, our LED and our button is on this side, so I guess that side's facing up. But I really want to avoid those MOSFETs. Those MOSFETs are probably going to get toasty. The art of science. What's up, Warsaber? Yep. I'm still pissed off that my my old motor controller is no bueno. Now, this can be offset, right? I think that's my understanding of it. That the gyro can be at a funky angle and it's okay. And then this thing goes to the servo as well as, I do it this over like this. I think just taping them to the top here is going to be the best solution. These might get a little toasty, but we're just going to have to risk it for the biscuit. And then I'll at least be able to see all the stuff. So there's a control, there's an in, there's an out, and the output from here is going to the input, output to this thing, and where did it go? There it is. It goes to this thing, and then I need to figure out which channel is which. Oh boy. This is a lot. This is actually a lot more than I anticipated. Now, do we get a servo plug for this thing? I don't think I do. This came with a bunch of these things. Did I put the wrong... Wait. What does the battery output look like? That is the right thing, but it's the wrong thing for this. It needs to be input to there, and then the positive of this needs to go to, if I'm going to have this switch turn it on and off, which I think I am. Time we're looking at? Yeah, we're looking at good time. Good time, good time. So yeah, I guess I get this off of here. I can't even put the power stuff up yet. It's such a wiring mess. It's adding the servo in there, or the gyroscope in there is really what does it. At least we're going to get plenty of power out of this thing, though. Okay, so on the other side of the board, blow that over, make sure it looks nice. Put a piece of ham in the middle so it'll take the heat, not the board above. 3x bonus, you get the good smell. That's true. That is true. I've done that before. We used to do that because that was the style at the time. Does the gyro chip have a marking on it? It should have a marking on it. It has a pin 1 marking. Aside from that, it has the, I've been sitting for over a year, maybe 2, on the shelf. I don't think I see a marking. We can get much closer though. Let's get much closer and see what we're up against. Excuse me. I think I'm going to use silicon wire, silicon jacketed wire to wire this all up, so it's going to be a bit of a ball of wires. Oh yeah, we can only get so close. We're going to back it up a little bit. All right, let's see here. The answer to if there is a marking on the gyro is no. On the board, well, this is the brain, I think. I think that other chip is the gyro chip. I can't get the tape off though to see what that is. I guess they probably have found a unit that has a gyroscope, and there's an arrow right here. Is that supposed to be forward? EY 501. What other markings do we have? There's a dot over there, but let's see what Shorty like walked away. So we have to figure out the answers to this one on our own. high quality silicon cable. 4.7 to 7.4. We are somewhere like 8, well, 6 to 8 volts. So we shouldn't, oh, well, it shouldn't go up. It's 4 volts. Isn't that overcharged? It's like 3.7. Oh, but we're going to be, yeah, we're piping the 5 volts from the other. I'm dumb. Anyway, sorry. What, I don't really have much other information about this. Well, let's get the model. What's the model number? Oh. I can't read the text. I can't read the text. That's, I don't know. I don't know. Does it matter where? I'm just going to put this flat on the on top of the motor controller. L-Sense. What is it, HPU or something? LML Sense? I don't know. I'm not gonna bring cleaning products into this. We just need to figure out how I'm going to put these things up on top of this board. I guess like this, and then I can take the 3 wires there and go up to here, unless I do it in this direction. There's LEDs underneath this that I would be covering up, though. Where are those LEDs? This stuff is so small. Probably 60-50. What does that mean? What does it mean? Let's see. We've got an LED, or sorry, we've got a button, and then we have, do we have LEDs? That's not an LED. That thing right there, it's just a capacitor. Why'd you think that was an LED? Oh, there they are. So those I have to keep at least slightly visible. So I'll be sure to tape this in an orientation that doesn't cover that. Or that doesn't totally block it. It'll block it a little bit, but it won't totally block it. I'm not dealing with a lot of real estate here. We got to make it fit. Right, let's bring you guys back up a little bit. My original ambitions were to put all of the electronics under this cross beam here. There's a little bit of room under it, a little bit, but that motor controller didn't exactly work out for RC stuff. So we're back to using the area over the miniature servo, which is actually quite a bit of space to put stuff. So I can sneak all of the electronics and tape them to the top of the servo over here. Probably go this way with this, and that way the button is in the front corner. Those LEDs would be visible from behind, and if I ever had to remove the servo, I'd have to break the tape and possibly redesign this area to have 3D printed clips or something like that. But yeah, the radio like this, or sorry, the controller like this, and then the electronics on top. So this is a no-go zone for stuff that's in the air. I'll have to make those wires avoid colliding. And 3 wires onto that. So let's find smaller wires that I can use for this stuff. Actually, there is some wire that came with this stuff. If anything else that's that small, I'll look around for it. The stuff they give you with the DOS Micro is very, very big wire. It's much larger gauge, this stuff. I'll store this by plugging these into it. So I guess I'm not going to do a Saturday stream. If I do, it'll be a surprise, and we'll probably be doing this. But we'll see what my weekend is looking like. I'm not sure. That's what I was wondering too. Does the gyro need to be in the center? Do I need it to be on this beam? I can wire it to do that, but I just don't know. Fastest response, guys. It is a fast response with a high thing. Where is, I need DOS Micro setting, or their website. Sorry, my brain is starting to like leak out of my ears. DOSmicro.com. These guys make some really cool stuff. I like their stuff. It is incredibly difficult to use because it's been built to be absolutely as small as possible. Where is the gyro? Nano transponder. Look at the size of that. It's ridiculous. How do they do it? Like magic. Where'd chat go? Oh, there you guys are. This one, I think, is the $75. Holy sh... Oh, wait, no, that's just a number. $16. Okay. I was like, what? Whew. Where's the previous version? They probably, like, obsoleted it. It's detecting yaw and not roll. So if it's detecting yaw, but it's off-center, is it still going to sense? I guess it'll sense the direction of the RC car, so it doesn't matter that it's off-center. Because it would be maybe geometrically. My brain hurts. My brain leaky. This is the radio. It's $13, but look at the size of that thing. Oh, they sell Metal Gears. Okay. This has a product number. A man has a product number. Ooh, those are all the parts that I modeled. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, this is why this, for some reason, this stuff always takes me so long to do. MXGY 501. What? I have to search for gyro. This thing was $30. Probably more when I bought it. And this is the page that I had before, so I don't get much more information, huh? Let's see. RC car, does the gyro need to be in the middle? Angular velocity is changing for non-zero angular acceleration. The tangential acceleration is also proportional to the distance from the center. From what I've seen in RC helicopters, almost always the gyro is not in the center of rotation, and they work fine. Okay. Current step is the gyro. I'm switching to LSD, put the original position. Some claim it doesn't, while others say it does, so the results are inconclusive. Personally, I've run the Yokomo V4 gyro on the top deck, same plate as the stock gyro is on the 2.2 RTR, but for 2.5 RS kit, I've relocated it onto the blah, 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 blah. Mainly because I found it much more useful to put the receiver into the spot on the top deck for easier access and better signal. Also, it doesn't have to be on the center line either. Many local club drivers run their gyro off to the side of the servo or the battery, basically just slap it down anywhere if you have enough space for it. Yeah, I guess maybe between the accelerometer and the gyro, because the accelerometer would get the change in motion as you start to turn, whereas the gyro is just like, I was facing this way, now I'm facing this way. So it doesn't matter if it's off to the side or off axis, because we're not doing 3-axis measurement here. We're only interested in, you know, this fixed car is twisting too much. So if it's over here, it's still twisting with everything else, I suppose. Unless it was just far enough to be, no, even if it was, oh, whatever. Geometrically pushes up glasses. Do I have any wire of this size? So we are good to tape all 3 of these components together. The only thing that I would be concerned with is heat. Where is my wire? This is the smaller wire kit that I have. This stuff is bigger than that, actually. Yeah, it'd be nice if I could find more of this stuff. I don't think I want everything to be in blue wire, but I do have another one of these from the other speed controller. Actually, I don't know where that wire ended up. I think it ended up thrown away. I think it got thrown out. Unless it's back here. I'm just going to search. I do also have, oh, I never showed you guys these. Oh, I forgot to show you guys these. So I ordered those 20-pin IDC connectors, right? And you guys saw the ones that I ordered online. you guys saw the 20-pin IDC connector that I ordered. However, while you may be confused because this looks a lot like the IDC that I ordered, the one that I ordered looks like this. It is a fake, it's like a dollhouse IDC connector. I think we're going to use this wire. It's like a dollhouse IDC connector. Look at this. Look. You can't even see it. Why is there no light over here? Let me get my light's all wrapped up in the stool. What the hell happened? Oh, I closed the barn doors on the light. There we go. It's like a tiny little dollhouse IDC connector. I don't have anything that's compatible with this. It looks exactly like the larger ones, though. So, to my horror, when I ordered the thing off of Amazon, there was no scale around it. I didn't check the numbers in the listing. Ridiculous. Crazy. It's just complete madness. Although, if I do use this stuff, everything's going to be gray wire. But I guess I'll do that. Because then I can run 3 little wires up to here, and then 3 over here, and then I need to figure out how this thing is gonna hook up as well. Maybe just soldered directly? Where would the pads be? Unless I go to a big 3-pin, one of these doobies, and just plug it in. Because that has to have power on it. That has to have the output power from the ESC on it. Well, one of these outputs to this, so if I actually put the 3-pin header on the output, then I can put the 3-pin header on that. Do I have the crimp for it? I think I do, actually. Yeah, and I paid the same price for it. Yep, you got it. You got it. Such is my fate. These are actually the FPV goggles that I have. These things were way too expensive. Nowadays, we've got all kinds of better stuff, but here it is. This one has that center eye so that you can see the people giving you funny looks in the park for being a big fat guy in a lawn chair and racing around their toys. Just, oh man, it's this guy again. Like, I can see you. Bought these Hyros for fans, but I think I can use them. Do I have the 3-pin? They're the crimps. That's important. Those are different ones. Got a 2-pin, 4-pin. There's the 3-pin. That's the right angle. I don't think I have... Well, we have the plug that came out of that thing that we could use. I could also just bend these to be flat, but is this the right size for this type of plug? We'll make it a Hyros just because I happen to have it. That is the right size. And let's see what... Why does that make a funny noise? No, that's okay. All right. Whew. Okay, so we have plug hardware, and I've got the crimps for it. They're just not going to be easy to crimp. And which one's in, which one's out, which one is... Oh yeah, that's on... Well, it's also on this page. Out would be the one up by that thing. So this gets out. This stuff is so small, it's like I can't even see what I'm doing. Oh, I think that's the pin spread is a little wider than whatever series they used. Yeah, it is. Just a little bit, I guess. But yeah, that'll work. So they'll have a connector that'll go to the servo as the output from the gyro, and then the gyro is going to be permanently wired to the radio and the motor controller. Wait, no, the radio and the motor, those are separate channels, but still. Over there, let's get this over here. Let's get the connector on there. I got to think about everything at once. I guess I could use this wire to do the rest of it. Silicon. I want to use the silicon jacketed stuff because it's got to take a fair amount of current. Not a ton, but it's a fair amount. I can't even see what I'm doing though. That's the problem with this stuff. It's too small. Yeah, this one would have been nice because it wires up all that circuit that I'm talking about right now. and it has all the regulator and all that stuff all included in it, and has space for me to put the radio and the gyro just right on top of it. But we didn't end up using that. I bought a special kind of button for the side button here, and the AT-Tiny 85 we programmed to within an inch of its life. I had to learn about all of the timing registers and stuff of the AT-Tiny 85. It turns out we actually did hardcore microcontroller programming, which is not what I usually do here. Usually we're, you know, head in the clouds, la-di-da, let me just program whatever, you know, feel so happy, and that's how we handle microcontrollers, right? And the reason that we do that is because, boy, are there some powerful microcontrollers out there that don't take up any space, that don't take up any current, and they have 10 billion million zillion cycles and 500 threads, and they're able to do your math homework. They can do your math homework, they can take the dog for a walk, they can do whatever the hell they want. They are our computational overlords, and so we can end up putting an entire cheese sandwich into their memory, molecule by molecule, and use the absolute worst dog shit programming practices in order to do it. And then when we want to use a cheaper one, we can move it to another microcontroller because we used all the stupid things instead of getting way into the microcontroller's bones in order to do it. That's typically how we work here. And it's also easier and more fun to watch when somebody does something on a level that everybody can relate to. We do have some hardcore microcontroller fans. I actually haven't seen a lot of those guys in a while, but they do hang out here whenever I get back to programming, and they want you to do everything in exactly their fashion. And I think they lose sight of the fact that we're trying to be relatable to the beginners. That's one of the big strengths that we have around here, is that while I do get often credit for being a big dumb idiot, I'm not a big dumb idiot. I'm just working on a level that the big dumb idiots can also follow along with. I'm flattening these pins so that I don't have to worry about them making contact anywhere. And hopefully not damaging the electronics. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, assembly is light and fast, but it is also entirely unnecessary and 100% masochistic to program into. So let's get a high rose on the servo. I took a lot of time very carefully folding the servo cable to fit in this little space right here. So I don't want to totally undo it. That means we're kind of restricted in our working area. I'm going to have to pull a flatulent gonad and use that song. Posting such a basic song into the Discord, I did not need to click. I immediately knew. I just started hearing it in my brain. And actually, on one of the streams that I've uploaded, I played the Mariah Carey Christmas song. And the people, the VOD watchers, had better count themselves lucky that I muted that, and I saved you from having to listen to that song. I could have used it as an intro today, now that I've scrubbed music, now that music is legal on Bother's channel. I'll have to make like a title card that has something original, some original cool like riff on it. Then I could attach that to all of my videos and have just like Bother time. All I want for Christmas is the sweet release of death, because the song is everywhere. I love the one where he's like, get my gun, boy. No, Dad. Yeah, I could have Julian make me just a little cool little riff. I hate to take advantage of his music prowess in that way, because I don't like coming back at my friends with notes. I don't like coming back at them like, hey, could you do this a little differently? Could you do that a little differently? I mostly just compliment their talent. We used to do that with Julian's music. Oh, I thought this and that, and there was a little bit like need a little bit of mid range, and nah, I shouldn't do that. It's not my expertise. I could probably just drop something on like Fiverr and get them to write like a little guitar riff that I can use, and then I'd like drop a beat below that. Play the Nintendo discography. Do 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 do. Da, 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 da. It's been a while since I've used these. These are the crimps that go small enough to do high rows and all these other things, all these microscopic connectors. I'm probably going to have to do this on the microscope as my diabetic eyes degrade into puddles of former retina. How did I do these before? Jeez, it's just so small. I think I have to do them with Mark 1 eyeballs. I don't have, maybe I got to put the headgear on, my really fashionable headgear. I'm trying to refigure out how I did these. I think I smashed my face into it. Yeah, I don't know what the VTubers are doing. What the hell? Why did I think I would be able to crimp this? I'll tell you, it says I had some kind of high opinion, my highfalutin self. Oh yeah, I need this part of it. Now these wires are downright humongous compared to. Do I have a 3-pin shroud? Yes. Okay. Glad I stocked up on these. These are great. High rows are really great. They're kind of easy to work with. They're decent plugs. They carry an okay amount. The crappy recorder. I'm thinking of the Paramount Pictures intro on the shitty recorder. Dun, 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 dun. I haven't been very confident in my bits lately. I've been listening to myself doing them from 2 years ago, and I always like hold back my voice a little bit, and I'm kind of holding my voice like into a higher pitch for some reason. It's not very genuine, and I think maybe my mic setup needs a little tweaking after so many years. I'm glad I'm using the op amp that sounds a lot warmer, the LF353, but I think it needs something else. I saw in the how to become a YouTuber. Okay, there we go. That freed up a lot. I'll have to pack that back in, but how to do like a professional audio setup. And this dude has a vacuum tube preamp, and I'm like, I want that. Like, I want that just because it's a vacuum tube. I'm not gonna do that because it's like $175 or something, but. Okay, now that's going to stick in. I need to work it from both ends so that it pops out and it doesn't. Okay, I think that succeeded. Let's go to 1.4 for the jacket. And then that is so easy. That was so easy. It's like impossible. It's really difficult to do. Pretty good though. It worked out. Trying to make sure that that stays like that. And then where'd the other two crimps go? There's one of them. And they're both right here. Okay, so that I need to position with the tweezers. I'm starting to learn my old process here. I wonder how much Mariah Carey makes off of that song every season. I want that down to numbers. You don't pay once for the broadcast, do you? Broadcast music license. If you want Mariah Carey, you gotta pay. Does Walmart pay for every broadcast. Finally checking a stream live. I love the content, but understand almost nothing. You are among friends. Even the intrepid streamer does not understand a goddamn thing about what they're talking about. You are in good company. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we're trying to crimp, and this is well beyond the limits of what I'm capable of doing. The size is just on another level. I'm having trouble loading this thing up into the crimper. 7 people, the music company takes the rest. I would assume that she has writers, right? Probably had people write the song. She's just an extremely talented vocalist. Maybe she does write, I don't know. But I would assume there's like a couple people that get royalties, and then the record company, yeah, takes all of the remainder. Like, how much does she make off of that song every season? Because it's made its way into the modern Christmas music lexicon, and it's like a staple now. I'll look at chat in just a sec. I can't afford to right now. I don't have the money. All right, that pops at a 1.0 and goes into 1.4. It's so small. And that holds the jacket. All right, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? Why would you mention this? A report from the New York Post estimates that she makes about $3 million every year from the song. You imagine if you just pop up out of nowhere and make like the Christmas song, and then you just go away and you make $3 million a year. People have another like level of money that we can't even fathom. $3 million a year. That's almost enough to live off of. Where did the crimp go? There it is. My dog is taken to the front door. Oh my God, this is the worst in terms of having dexterity. Okay, it's all lined up. Nice to have the proper crimper. Well, it's not really it's nice that the crimper doesn't totally botch this. This crimper will tend to hold on to stuff permanently, and in order to pop the thing out, you have to kind of like work it from both sides, and it'll sometimes bend the crimp. Yeah, everyone should just try to make the best Christmas song 100% of the time. But what if we have 2 Christmas songs? Then you're only getting 1.5 million. Okay, so this goes signal plus minus. Which one's which on this thing? I don't remember which one is which. With the pins facing up, the signal is, does that look like yellow? Yellow, and then orange, and then orange is, well, red is power, and brown is ground. And signal plus minus, same thing on here. So here it is, signal goes into this one. That one has the ridge, so this goes like this. They're going to have to all twist to go in. Then I need a pin tool to push that in there. These hi-ros are really small. I guess I could use the hi-ros to plug everything into each other in that way. Oh no, I need to squish it. I need to squish it. The one thing that crimper does is it flares out the crimp. And so what I need to do is I need to take this, you just come in here and just give it a little squeeze. And that'll flatten that out. I'm going to do that to all 3. I can barely see what I'm doing. I see, if I did it all in hi-ros, my hands would be claws, but it would also Be nice and a nice little wiring harness. So this one goes all the way over here, like this. I need to moisturize. Now you guys have been saying it, but now I'm seeing it. You squeeze it again? No, I think this will work. No, it needs to be squeezed again. Holy crap. What size wire is this thing for? It's for this size of wire. There's just not a lot of excess room in there. Okay, so I guess I could use the flat squeezy on this thing. Give it a little tweak. Got to do all three. Where am I? Oh, there we are. What is this place? We made our discovery pretty early in the stream that the blower motor is going to be perfect for the 3D printer. And actually we see, the more we search it on the internet, the more we see evidence of other people using the CPAP blower motor on their printers. So I could have struck while the anvil was hot and made that project like a while ago, and I might have been first. I don't think it would have had any power to go viral, which means it's not all that useful to me. But I could have done it first. Could have been the guy. The one they choose. That would have been nice. It would have been nice. Could have gotten a little recognition around here. I will continue to be obscure and small. I want to yank on that too hard. Everything about this is a hand cramp. Oh my God. Okay, come on. Get on there. Get up on it. Oh, there goes the dog again. She is mad at something. She's just looking out there. She sees someone walking down the street. She goes, not on my watch. I'm going to make your life live in hell. Bark, 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 bark. Oh, she's doing her super bark, too. The one where she goes, bah! At the very end of barking. She is disgusted. It's about time for me to take her out. So I'll probably have to end in a minute here. But I want to get this script connection done. What is going on here, please? There it goes. Yeah, I don't want to advance these by pushing the wire in. You should be able to get them to click in just by pushing the wire in. It's just they've got a slight flare out in the strain relief crimp. That's just what that crimper does. That one doesn't look locked in. There we go. So those should be held by the plastic tabs now. Whew. And then to break it in, I plug it in. And that also lets me check over to make sure that I didn't get stuff backwards. So yeah, you need to plug it in because those the little bent metal like U-clippy thingies need to be pushed out of the way initially. All right. So now, if I choose to, I can remove the servo. My stomach is finally emptied out from my English muffin sandwich, egg sandwich, and it's causing me to burp. Okay, that's all tucked in. So that's our gyroscope. So now what I need to do is I need to wire the 2 channels of that to this radio, as well as the 1 channel of the motor to the radio as well. So I think the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to tape them down first, and then I'll figure out the wiring second. Although actually, I probably need these 3 wires to come up and out, because those will go to here, and then I'll have 3 from here to there. There's going to have to be a double wire, like 2 wires coming out of 1 pad, which I really don't like to do, but I think it's just going to have to be like that. Okay, my hands are like claws, and we had a successful test. If I stream tomorrow, it's a toss-up between doing the blower fan, the CPAP fan, that I could be getting $175 for. I really should have put the rest of the CPAP back together and sent it back to them. Like, yeah, of course I purchased it here. I don't know if I can get in on that class action lawsuit because the proof of purchase would be through the insurance company, and I think they would be the ones that would file for the money. They really like pumping money into the wrong hands, don't they? But yeah, so I would be on the fence to like contact, I guess, the insurance company for proof of purchase, but then I don't have proof that I sent it back to them because we took it apart and we got this really, really awesome 3-phase motor out of it. This thing is great. It's going to work on the 3D printer. Is it worth the $175 I would have gotten for the CPAP? No. But at least we'll have a very quiet blower motor that's very powerful on the 3D printer. And maybe that'll enhance my 3D prints a little bit. I'll actually finally be able to do stuff that involves, you know, bridging and all that fancy stuff that 3D printers do. I like not having a fan on my printer, but you know, I will commit to doing this. This will go in a little frame that'll go on the base of the printer, and we will start designing that. I don't know if I'll be on tomorrow. We'll figure that out. If not, you guys can assume that I'm sitting here uploading my VODs. I've gotten a little behind on the VOD uploading that I expected to have done by now. Well, I didn't expect to be done uploading the videos. It's the amount that I expected to have done. I have not. So I need to spend a day and do like 6 videos. Part of that is clicking on the right arrow and just seeing what happens during the stream. If I could break it down into smaller chapters, you know, I should, but a lot goes on moment to moment sometimes. We did a lot of work on this stream, so I think this one will be easier to break down. But yeah, anyway, stuff's progressing. You know, we're going to get a couple projects done. I guess I have a module that I want to build for the synthesizer over there to kind of give me arpeggios. If I can get arpeggios, then I can drop it on top of a very simple beat. And then the next thing that I want to move to is burn the subs, because that thing has been sitting for 2-ish years. I'm looking at me working on it 2 years ago at this point. But yeah, so what's that? Think of it this way: the one CPAP parts fan kit costs as much as the transaction amount that you could get back. Does it though? We found a price for it. We found a price for that CPAP. Wasn't it like $75 or something? It wasn't cheap, but I mean, it's like a really nice fan. You can't find them anywhere too. Maybe you can find them in more places now. I don't know. Yeah, here's all my social infos on the end card. I didn't include the VOD on the end card yet. I need to go in and do that. But yeah, have a good one, y'all. And y'all, did I really just say y'all? Anyway, have a good one, everybody. And I will catch you guys maybe tomorrow, maybe not. I don't know. Now wait, I've got to do this every time. I'm going to check to see if Flatulent Gonad is streaming or not. Why do I have a message? I got 3 monitors now, so I can like break my neck by looking all the way over here. How do I expand that? Twitch, what are you doing? I need to expand the window. Then I got the full thing, and then I click see more. The Whittler's doing music right now, though. You guys can check him out if you feel like it. Otherwise, I will catch you cut off myself too early, Joe.